Everybody ready? Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 17, 2014 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please.
Member Bennett. Here. Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. We have a form of meeting agenda in front of us. Is there a motion to approve the form of meeting agenda?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the meeting agenda as provided. A discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And then consent agenda. Anyone have an item they want to remove from the consent agenda?
Yes,
Member Bennett.
I would like to remove 4M, please.
4M. Okay, I had that on my list. Anyone else?
Mayor, 4I, please.
Aye. And these are all related. C, D, E, and the Traffic Safety Review Report, J. Okay, but there's not much left on the consent agenda.
I move to approve A, B, F, G, H, K, L. And there's nothing on the other page.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second with respect to the items named for approval on the consent agenda. Discussion?
Yes. Would you please review the items named?
The items named for pulling?
Yes.
C, D, E, I, J, M.
Thank you.
And Member Swenson moved the balance of the items.
Great.
All right. And we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. And then C, D, E. I just had some general questions about the emergency communications services work that we've been doing here. I guess the fundamental question is, good evening. Yeah, the fundamental question for me is, why do we want to do this? And number two, will it affect our existing dispatching volume or the service, the caliber of service, the level of service that we render to our own community, or are we going to end up getting pushed aside by Hennepin County because of some agreement that we struck with them on emergency 911 services? So,
Your Honor, I want to introduce Lorene Draper. Lorene works in our police department. She manages our 911 services and other civilian services in the department. She's very well versed on what we're doing here, and actually what we're doing is a mutual project with larger entities in Hennepin County, including Hennepin County and City of Minneapolis. And Lorene's been involved in this for quite some time, so if you want to just answer some of those general questions, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I see the overall wisdom of it, but I do worry about from time to time the county has wanted us to dispatch through them, and I just don't want them coming in a back door here.
Certainly, I understand. What this system actually is, we will have our own equipment located in our comm center, but we will be sharing the what we consider to be backroom equipment, or 2 data centers, with Hennepin County and the other agencies in the first phase 5, the group of 5 in the first phase. This will not have a negative effect on our level of service. It will enhance our level of service, because we will have the ability to take advantage of the next generation 911 technology, which we currently do not. For example, down the road, we will have the ability to accept text messages, photos, video via 911 lines. With our current equipment, we do not. Sharing the system with these other agencies allows us for long-term reduction in costs. Short term, not necessarily so, because we are also paying to put in a wide area network to support this. But in the future, that wide area network will also allow us to take advantage of sharing other systems, such as CAD systems or logging systems, possibly even radio consoles.
All right.
And our current system, it looks like, is obsolete as of 2016?
That is correct. The current system was put in place in 1999. And it is analog versus current digital technology. So
this is an expenditure that we're making to stay in the E911 business. And some cities at this point made the decision, like Richfield actually, made the decision not to incur this kind of cost to stay in that business. But we think the council has has previously expressed a desire to stay in the 911 dispatching business, and that's been our lead to go forward with this kind of proposal and purchase.
And I understand from the materials supplied that the entire cost of the system, which includes 5 years of prepaid maintenance, will come from the E911 fund and is within our budget.
That is correct, sir.
All right. Give me an example under the new system compared to the existing system. I'm driving north on Highway 100 on a snowy morning, and I see a car pulled over, mommed a bunch of kids with a flat tire. I call 911. They answer it up at our dispatch. Is that still going to happen?
Absolutely,
because
sir.
it's within our area of the wide area network?
It is, and what functionality we will gain that we don't have now is if for some reason some aspect of the wide area network goes down or a data center fails, we have a built-in redundancy with the system because we actually have 2 identical data centers that are working behind the scenes. One of those data centers could go down completely. There will be absolutely no loss of service to our comm center or any of the others in this system. The ability for us also to evacuate our center in the case of a disaster and go to one of these other centers, our dispatchers would be able to log in and pull up and accept Edina 911 calls there. Currently, if we have a loss of our fiber technology, the 911 system would go down temporarily while we took about 20 minutes to make the transfer to our backup center, which is Hennepin County right now, through the phone company. That wouldn't be the case with this new technology.
All right, good. So I hear you saying there are a lot of good reasons to do this,
There are a lot of
it won't
benefits.
affect our existing level of service for our citizens, for our own dispatch center. So would someone care to move
So
4C,
Second.
D, and E? Got a motion to move 4C, D, and E. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Thanks, Ms. Draper.
Thank you.
All right, we're on 4I, which is the Braemar Master Plan Task Force appointment.
Yes, Your
Member
Honor.
Sprague.
I just wanted to clarify that the group will be selecting its own chair. I didn't see that in the staff report. And with that clarification, I'll move that matter.
Second.
All right, what is that something that we want to opine on? I mean, in the form of a motion?
It was-
You missed that meeting. Sorry about that, Mayor. When we picked this group, and you gave me your names,
You're right.
at that time, we did opine on it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
To
there's
tell you.
understanding by the council that this
Yes.
group will pick its own chair.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, we got a motion, we have a second?
Yep.
All right, we got a motion and a second on the Braemar Master Plan Task Force appointments. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay. Carried. And then the Traffic Safety Committee report, I had one issue I wanted to talk to the council about, A2. So when you come out by the Edina Liquor Store up here on Vernon, there's a no left turn sign there. And the requester is saying that people are still making left turns out of the parking lot onto what is called Gus Young Lane to go left. I never see it as a problem.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, maybe it's the time of the day when I'm there, but
At 3 or 4, I think it was about 3:30 in the afternoon, I saw a mom trying to cross Vernon with a stroller and 2 or 3 children on foot in school uniforms, and one car crossing from the north, so southbound at that intersection, and a car pulling out, and they almost crashed. They stopped very close to each other with the mom and the kid standing there.
okay.
So I would say
others are
it's an
seeing a
issue.
problem here
Yeah.
where I haven't, maybe because of the,
You're just not buying enough
Yeah, when you-
bottles of
yeah.
wine, I think, is the
you-
issue.
when you go to Walgreens at 9 o'clock at night, you're not going to see a lot of people
No.
making a left turn out of there, I guess. All right, so would somebody care to move
So
the
moved.
traffic safety? Okay, we got a motion, a second on that discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay. Carried. And then it was M, Member Bennett.
I removed this for the purpose of asking for a plain language presentation of it, just so that the public understands what this is about, because it's pretty technical.
Yep. Thank you, Councilmember Bennett and members of the council. Bill Neuendorf is here tonight, and Bill worked pretty closely with our lobbying team and consulting team to draft this legislation. What's included in tonight's packet is really largely the bill itself and the bill language that was adopted by the legislature and signed by the governor. And so I gave a little bit of a preview for it at the end of the last council meeting, and Bill can give you a little bit more detailed description of it today. Mr. Neuendorf.
Great, thank you. Good evening. The resolution in front of you tonight is necessary to finalize and enable the special legislation that was approved this last spring. Several months ago, staff recognized that our Southdale 2 district was doing well and will continue to do well. That TIF district was established under a special state law that was enacted statewide as part of a Jobs Creation Act and Reinvestment Act. Recognizing that the district is doing well, but there's still a lot of work to do, both in the Southdale area as well as some other areas of the city. This city representatives approached our elected officials to see if there might be a way to work together to find some common ground to enable this particular district to do better. The common ground that we found was affordably priced housing. There's current state law that allows TIF districts to be created to fund affordably priced housing. The threshold, though, just has not been effective in the city of Edina as well as many other cities. The current state law has a pretty high threshold where at least 40% of all the units on the property have to be affordably priced. And that can work pretty well where you have land values that are at or below average. In the city of Edina, most of our property values are significantly higher than average, and that makes it almost impossible to fund an affordably priced housing redevelopment. So that was the common ground that we could find, and where the legislation ended was to make an exception for the city of Edina that we could create, if we choose in the future, new housing districts that would fund affordably priced homes. The threshold under the special legislation would be reduced from 40% to 20%. And after consulting with our financial advisors, we felt that at that threshold, we actually could make some projects work and make the numbers work out. At this point in time, it's all theory. It's all hypothetical. We don't have a specific site in mind. We don't have a specific project in mind. But it was the common ground that we could find with our state legislators to enable further options. So the map that I'm showing on screen shows two things, three things. Generally, it's a map of Edina, obviously. The area in blue on the right-hand side of the page is the Southdale TIF district. The area in green, which is basically the eastern two-thirds of the city, is what's called the Southeast Edina Redevelopment District. So under this special law, we could create, if we choose, a new district to enable affordably priced housing anywhere within the green boundaries. So basically any of the commercial districts in the city. So in plain speak, that's generally where we're going.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. You just
Manager Neal,
answered.
did you have something too?
You just answered the two questions that I had written, but I wrote a third while you were speaking, and that is, you said in your initial comments that there's a lot to do. Does this law encompass any other kind of work? So just what did you mean by to do, and does the law encompass it?
Sure. Other types of work, we're doing a lot of construction work on France Avenue. There could be similar work, similar improvements on York. There could be improvements on 66th Street. There could be other general transportation and infrastructure improvements in the greater Southdale district that's in the Southdale TIF district. At the time, there were developers potentially looking at other development sites. So those were all possible opportunities. However, this particular state law is specifically restricted to affordably priced housing. It doesn't enable any additional TIF assistance for any other project other than affordably priced homes.
During what period of time does the project have to be started?
Very good question. So we have about a 2.5-year limit. 2017 is the new deadline. If we are going to act, we need to do so by 2017. After that, this special opportunity would expire.
Explain that in more detail, would you please? Because I thought this was a 25-year district.
Great question. So it is, we have until 2017 to establish such a district.
It's got to be
So
certified.
To initiate it.
Correct. So for the next few years, as projects come up or as the city seeks projects or hears responses from potential developers, up until 2017, we could create a TIF district. And if we do create it, it would last for 25 years. However, if we wait until 2018, 2019, then the special law doesn't apply, and we would thus revert to the typical state laws that have higher thresholds.
So is there any reason for not doing it now?
TIF districts
I
are...
actually thought this, when I looked at it and read it, that we were creating Southdale 2 TIF now.
That already exists.
Yeah, I
That
think it
exists
already
because that
exists.
is what we're
We
using.
expanded the TIF
right.
area.
Yep. So why aren't we doing it now? Because we might be doing it soon. What this provides us is a tool that we can use to address affordable housing issues from developers who seem to be consistently walking into our doors here. And it provides us something we didn't have before to encourage them to do an affordable housing component to a larger project.
So we already have the funding source, which is Southdale 2 TIF. We
Right.
have the area that we can do it in,
Right.
which is the Southeast TIF district or
Right.
whatever that's called. So the next action we would take,
Is this one, what you're doing
Is
right
this
now
one.
tonight, right?
okay, and then, but then tell me, if we accept this law, what's our 2017 deadline then mean?
If we don't
What
have
am I
something
missing here?
initiated, if we don't have a project initiated by 2017, the authority goes away.
And if we have a project initiated by 2017 and a second project comes up in 2018, does that then not get any funding?
We can ask.
That's where it gets challenging. So the if there's a site, pick your favorite vacant property in the city. A recent one, just for example, maybe that clarifies the question. The folks from Beacon Interfaith Housing visited us a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, with a proposal to do affordably priced homes. That's just one example. That particular project has lots of barriers in front of it as far as regulations. But if we wanted to create a district to fund a project, whether it's on that site or any other site, the next step after this evening would be to create the TIF district to help fund that project. Our financial advisors suggest that we could fund at least one project with the proceeds from the Southdale TIF district. What
does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? We
That
could
means-
fund at least one project. What
Sure.
are we talking about?
So in the Southdale 2 TIF district, it generates revenue for an 8-year period. And lots of numbers, and maybe this is getting far into the weeds, but the Southdale 2 TIF district will generate revenue that can then be invested in other projects. It won't generate revenue forever. So our advisors suggest we can fund at least one project. Whether we can fund a second project is really too early to tell. It depends on the scope of the project. It depends on the taxing that actually occurs on Southdale. There's far too many variables to predict. So we can do one for sure. A second one is on the cusp.
Yeah, what I meant was, with more detail, I think we all understand that the Southdale 2 TIF district creates funding because of the anticipation of this council that development would occur around Southdale based on the loan that we gave them to improve their property, and that's exactly what's happened, and that's why we're enjoying this success here. So some of that money is used in the district itself, as I recall, and then what portion of it is anticipated to be able to be used for affordable housing? And I interrupted Member Sprague. He had a question a long time ago. Go ahead.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but the principle that you raise is exactly spot on. The reinvestment in Southdale Mall generated new tax investment new tax base at Southdale itself. But then after that, we have the One Southdale Place Apartments. That was not originally anticipated. It was hoped for, but that's coming online. I believe in the near future, the property at 6500 France will probably come online as well, and that's also in this TIF district. There's other properties that are being talked about for possible redevelopment. So there are monies available, but again, it's very difficult to quantify until those projects are actually built and taxed, and we know what they're generating.
All right, let me go to Member Sprague. He had a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I make that more tangible? So the increment, the qualified expenses for the increment right now being generated is 1, to pay back foregone interest on the loan, correct?
That's correct.
2, infrastructure, transportation infrastructure projects within the district or adjacent to the district, 66, 69th York, for instance.
With restrictions, but yes, that's true. That's
okay.
true.
And with the passage of this ordinance tonight, or this approval, affordable housing anywhere within the Southeast District that qualifies per the state statute that was just passed, the 20% threshold.
That's correct.
And the 20% threshold, when they talk about affordable, what do they mean by that? What does the IRS definition referring to mean by affordable? Is that 50% of the median income or less? I mean, where do they set that threshold? Because I was reading through the IRS regulations today and I saw different numbers.
So depending on the type of financing, different numbers are applicable. Typically, realizing that there's always anomalies, but typically it's 60%.
Or less.
So, right, so families earning 60% or less of the area median income would qualify for an affordable unit.
Okay.
So that's the threshold that we expect to be aiming at.
But to use for that to be a qualified expense, the new districts need to be initiated or certified by 2017, and then they have a 25-year length.
Exactly correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. So, thank you. So in a strange legal twist, the council is adopting a resolution approving something the legislature did.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. Sounds like Alice in Wonderland to me.
Because they did
No.
it for us.
All right, so do you have a motion on the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and resolution on 2014-68. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Thank you, Mr. Nundorf, for that very helpful explanation.
Mayor, as a corollary to that, can we ask staff to give us some information on the increment, additional increment that will be available, not just for affordable housing, but anything beyond the interest repayment? Thank you.
Sure. All right, we've got a couple of special presentations this evening in that portion of the agenda. The first one is our annual conversation with the auditor. Mr. Eichton's here from his firm, Malloy, Montague, Karnowski, Radosevich and Company, MMKR, and he's going to give us the independent auditor's management report on the city of Edina. Welcome, Mr. Eichton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Again, thanks for the introduction. My name is Jim Eichton. I'm the auditor of the city, and we're going to bring up my presentation here really quick, and if it's available. Oh, there we go. He's going to help me with my technology needs here. There we go. Cancel. There we go. Again, my name is Jim Eichton. I'm here this evening to provide a presentation of the audit results for the year ended December 31st, 2013. The city is required by state statute to provide an annual financial report of its operations. It is the role of the auditor to provide an opinion on the financial statements, and the purpose for me being here this evening is to provide a presentation of the results of that process. We're also required as part of our audit to provide an opinion on your internal controls and your compliance with a variety of laws and regulations. Also, the Office of the State Auditor requires us to audit your compliance with state laws and regulations. We don't audit every state law, only those that are guided by the Office of State Auditor for us to test. And lastly, we are required to complete a single audit of federal awards, which is a federal requirement if you were to receive more than $500,000 of federal dollars. The city did not receive that amount, exceed that threshold in fiscal 2013, so we did not complete that portion of the required audit. In the information that you were provided, I did provide some information in terms of the audit results. You'll find, first of all, that the city did receive an unmodified opinion on its financial statements. The city does prepare an annual financial report, which is quite lengthy in nature, and the opinion provided was an unmodified opinion. If the council is tracking words that I use, you'll note that that is a different word. It is an unmodified opinion. It used to be unqualified. And so the end result, it is a clean opinion, and it was the opinion you were looking for. The other two elements of my audit, you'll note that we did not have any findings to report as part of the audit process. Certainly an excellent result, and the result you were looking for as part of this process. We also issue a management report as part of the audit process. There are a number of required elements in that report, and I'll go through those briefly and then touch on some of the other areas of the management report. The management report is designed to provide a presentation of information in this type of format. So you'll find, first of all, in the management report, the city did meet the required timing of the report. It is required to be submitted to the Office of State Auditor by June 30th, and with your acceptance this evening, the staff will be able to submit that on a timely basis. You are required to implement new accounting standards. Your accounting standards you follow are governmental accounting standards issued by the GASB. And we did implement a new standard this year, GASB Statement 65. Really no significant changes to the report other than some wording, some different definitions. Lastly, we do go through some formal required communications, which is really the purpose of that is to provide some written description of how the audit went without, and for the reader could read that and determine how the audit went without me being here to explain it to you. So in that report, it does also go through the second part of an audit, which is the financial results. The first part being compliance, and certainly the city did not have any findings to report. The second part is how is the city doing financially. In that report, we do provide some information on the property taxes and the results in the property tax area. One highlight of our audit season and the audits that we provided to all of our clients, which is roughly about 35 cities that we audit, is the taxable market values within our state and certainly the city have been declining. And that's certainly no surprise to the City Council. This graphical presentation, which is in my management report, does reflect the decline in market values here in the city. This graph looks identical to every other city that we audit, and most cities in the state are experiencing that. One item of note when you look at this presentation, it is data as of January 1st, 2012. There is a delay certainly in the market values and the impact of property taxes. And if you look at any current information with regard to market values, you'll note that they are going back the other way in terms of increasing, which certainly should have some impact on the property tax system for the city. In our report, we also discuss tax rates. A presentation is provided on the average tax rates that the city has in comparison to other cities statewide in the 7-county metro. And certainly you can see both for the total taxing entity as well as the city specifically, you have tax rates that are well below the statewide averages and the 7-county metro area averages. Certainly that is not having an impact on the revenues of the city. The city's average property tax revenues that are generated on a per capita basis were in 2012 $529 per resident, which is certainly above the averages you see for both state-wide area for 2011 and 2012. This graphical presentation reflects the revenues the city receives on a per capita basis, and I'll just reflect on certainly this highlights of these presentations. There's a lot of data here, and I don't need to get into all the details. But specifically, one item that is impacting all of cities within the state and many in the metropolitan area is reflected here in the other category. You'll see that other revenues are significantly lower. The category that's in that category, in that other, is the city's investment revenues. The city did experience a decline, an actual negative interest revenue due to market adjustments. The market, the interest rates are rising, and as a result, the investment portfolios, the fair value of investments, are actually declining. And obviously that's complicated and more complicated, but it is important to note that because of that, the city was required to report a paper loss on its investment portfolio. Typically, cities, Edina included, hold those investments to maturity and thus would receive full value for its investments, albeit on paper you're reflecting a negative decline for purposes of fair value on an annual basis. So on the expense side of the equation, you'll note here the city does have an average expenditure that's a little above the averages in the state, not significant. Most notably, the city does have a full-time fire department that does skew these numbers specifically. One item also I wanted to point out is the city's debt service expenditures on a per capita basis do stand out on this presentation, mainly because there were 2 refunding bonds that were paid in 2013. If you were to exclude those refunding bonds from that payment, you'll note that the debt service per capita would be about $150, which is very much in line with statewide averages, which is important. So, a couple of items I wanted to reflect on. The city does certainly have a very good handle on its financial situation. The general fund financial results were consistent with the budgeted expectations, certainly at the end of the year. The city does adopt or does have a fund balance policy that guides its decision making at the end of the year. The city has a goal of achieving an unassigned fund balance of between 42 and 47% of your budgeted revenues. At the end of the year, it was above that average, 56.2%. The city council does work with the administration to make decisions regarding that amount in future budget making decisions or budget planning processes, excuse me. In the revenue area, I think it's important. There's a couple areas I wanted to point out. In the revenue area, this graph does show some 5-year trend lines for revenues in the general fund. Kind of one that stands out is in the licenses and permits area. The city of Edina did experience some significant increases in the number of projects in 2013, which affected certainly the overage that you're experiencing in revenues from a budgetary standpoint, but also from just a very positive trend line, and that's consistent with other cities that we're seeing. Also, on the expenditure side of things, the expenditures here, this is a presentation showing the trend lines of expenditures for the city. You'll see that public safety continues to be a majority or a significant portion of your operations and is also increasing. I wanted to point out one item that is reflective in the item. The Office of the State Auditor did recommend, or I won't even maybe use the word recommend, they required the city to report the funding of your fire relief through the city this year, when in the past that was reported as I would call it a pass-through. What that reflects here is, you can see there's a little bit of a blip on my graph in the public safety area, but it's also a blip when it comes to the budgetary basis. The expenditures were reported in as an expense, but not included in the budget. One item to reflect on, I think, is something I'd like to look at and emphasize, is when you look at the expenditures of the city, you have a $32 million budget, and when you exclude the piece for the state fire relief aid, the city's actual expenditures were off by $8,000 compared to the budgeted projections. $8,000 on $32 million is exceptional. As an auditor, that gives me kind of warm fuzzies inside, so I thought I'd point that out.
Well, keep that in mind.
What's that? And
We'll
you
keep that in mind.
Right. if you remember one thing in my presentation, that would be it. My other presentation my management work goes through a lot of other areas. Certainly the enterprise funds are a key element of the city. The utility funds certainly had a very positive year when it comes to financial operations. A couple of the funds that stand out, the liquor fund is really experiencing very good financial results. If you look at some of the data there, some of their gross profit has been increased the last 2 years after having almost the same gross profit percentage for multiple years prior to that. So the liquor fund is doing quite well. A couple of funds that stand out that are impacted by the weather. The Aquatic Center, last 2013 was a cold weather year. If you remember, spring came very late, as well as the summer was quite cool. So the Aquatic Center's financial results were lower than expected. And certainly the golf course was impacted by weather last year and the number of rounds played, but certainly not impacting the overall financial well-being of the city. I wanted to point out one item that's important for the City Council, and that there isn't a new accounting standard that will require the city to change some of its pension accounting. I've mentioned this at the last several meetings, in that the city will be required through new accounting standards to report in your financial report your portion of the unfunded liability of PERA. And most of that unfunded amount, they'll give you the amount through their accounting, will be reported in your entity-wide statements, but it will impact your enterprise funds, some of your data. And you might have seen some public information on that, and that is something that has been out there. But it's kind of an unusual situation in accounting. Typically, the administration and the council and really the city has a handle, or really has a way to control its own financial operations. In this case, you're going to be reporting a liability that you have no control over. Some other entity would be controlling that unfunded amount. So it's something to be paid attention to when you're looking at future accounting standards. So in summary, I did provide a clean opinion on your basic financial statements, an unmodified opinion. Didn't have any findings to report as part of the audit. The city certainly is experiencing continued improvements in its overall financial well-being. I did note as part of my audit, and always do, that the city does an excellent job of ongoing assessing its financial projections, as well as looking at ways to improve the controls of the city. And certainly we found, again this year, the financial records to be in excellent condition. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Questions for Mr. Eichten? Member Brindle.
Thank you. I read this. I can't say I understood every little bit of it, but I don't worry about that, because we are really in good hands with John Wallen and Eric Roggeman, who keep us apprised, answer our questions, and I appreciate their clarity of mind in leading us forward financially. So,
good. Thanks for that comment. Other comments?
No, it was just well said.
All right. Good. Thank you. Member Sprague.
Just one, and I know we separated Centennial Lakes and Edinburgh operations accounting. When will there be a graphic to accompany those two enterprise facilities?
Yeah.
How many years do you...
Right. The question is regard to my management report, in that there's typically a 5-year presentation in my report for every enterprise fund.
Okay.
And there isn't one in there for those two specifically because you separated the accounting. There is some written description, and maybe you saw that on page 19, describing the actual financial results in there, and there's no graph. But there would be, next year I will include one because it'll be a 3-year presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
That will show that.
Manager Neal.
Well, I appreciate that segue from Councilmember Sprague, because I want to tell you what I think is the really exciting news in this audit this year. For our operations at Edinburgh in 2009, and this was a year that we asked our accounting staff to kind of split it. Even though they weren't split officially, we asked them to do some splitting so we could get a sense of what the cash flows were like in those respective operations. In 2009, Our operating deficit, annual operating deficit at Edina Borough Park was $401,000. $401,000. In 2012, we had whittled that down to $111,832. And in 2013, we were in the black by $7,962. So it's really a good story.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. One of the charts you didn't show, you did show taxable market value that showed we had about $9 billion worth of market value in our community between residential and commercial property. Was tax capacity, which is the actual base available for taxation, calculated by applying the state's property tax classification system to the various properties' market value. You've got a chart on page 5 of your report that I think is interesting that shows the rates expressed as a percentage of net tax capacity, and that shows the city's portion of the tax capacity rates for its residents has historically been well below the statewide and metro area averages. I'm looking at numbers for 2013 of 116.5 when the statewide average is 127, actually 133 even. I was wondering if you could explain that for folks.
Well, actually, if I can get my presentation back up, there we go. I think the reference you are making is to that graph, correct, Mayor? Yeah, I believe so. The presentation here is reflective of the average tax rates, and certainly tax rates vary based on your property and type of property you are. But this is a presentation just to reflect on the average tax rates by taxing entity, and certainly the city is one, and you have the county and the school and any other taxing district that make up the total bill for a taxpayer. And this presentation is really just to get a reflection on, well, what are the average tax rates used to generate the revenues for the city? And here you're seeing, certainly the average tax rate is just significantly lower than the averages for the state as well as the 7-county metro area. When you look at the next graph or look at the impact that might have, one might be concerned that you don't have enough revenues by using such a low tax rate. Well, that's not the case. You actually have revenues higher than average. So certainly the city is managing its taxes and its tax system well in managing it, not only from a revenue standpoint, but the amount of property taxes for each resident. Good.
Any other questions for Mr. Eichten? Thanks. Otherwise, we'll thank you for your good work, and we thank our staff, as Member Brindle said, for a job very, very well done. So we just had our AAA bond ratings renewed. We'll hear more about that later this evening, and in large part due to the strong financial management of our city from Director Wallen and Eric Roggeman. So thank you, gentlemen.
Motion to receive this report, Mayor.
Please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to receive the audit report. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And next presentation is from Jordan Gilgenbach, who is going to talk about his May Speak Up Edina report, which involves the Edina Senior Center. Mr. Gilgenbach.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Like the Mayor said, I'm presenting tonight on the May topic for Speak Up Edina, which is on the Edina Senior Center. Again, we're using Speak Up Edina, our civic engagement site that's been live since June 2012. And civic engagement, again, is one of the Council's strategic priorities for 2014 and 2015. In this discussion, we asked several questions about the Edina Senior Center. First of all, whether or not the respondents are members, or if they're not members, are they going to join? What they think the future of the Edina Senior Center is, especially when you're looking at the model of a senior center looking 5, 10, or even 15 years ahead. Asking what kind of recreational activities that aren't currently being offered that should be, and at what age they think that they might join. This discussion was done a little bit differently than past ones because about 51% of our residents here, according to the last Quality of Life survey, are above the age of 55. 30% of those are about 30% of all residents are over 65. With that, about 16% of our residents have no access to the internet. So we did this, like I said, we did this discussion differently. So it's not solely online. So you'll see in your packets there were written responses. We had forms available at the senior center for anybody who doesn't have that access to the internet to be able to still weigh in on this discussion. That said, the online numbers here, we had 131 total comments made from all forms of comments. The website itself had 576 visitors, just shy of 3,000 page views, and about 88% of the respondents were from Edina. These are the summary of the comments that were made. About 34 respondents were members of the senior center. 6 were not, but 3 planned to join, and 2 did not indicate their membership. One of the recurring themes from the comments was the limited parking at the senior center. That's one of the center's greatest challenges, they noted. And that they don't identify with the word senior, especially when you're looking at the older or the younger generations of what we'd consider the seniors, the over 55. They recommend maybe looking at a name change for that, just because of that word senior. They think it implies a much older feel to it. They do think that this facility is very important for the growing number of seniors, as it's one of our largest growing demographics here in the city. They'd like to see more evening or weekend activities for the working senior. One person noted that the senior center and the library was the sole reason that they moved to the Grandview Square area. One person noted that they're more interested in activities at a community center that are open to all ages. Senior center is geared more toward the older senior, again, not boomers, and they want activities for such age groups to be offered. They think more marketing is needed to increase the resident awareness of the senior center and its offerings. Many people noted that they either didn't know about the senior center or they didn't know what kinds of things that were offered, and that's why they maybe didn't join right away when they were eligible of age, or why they're not going to join. They'd like to see more local trips and tours. The senior center currently offers trips all over the Midwest. They're currently planning one to Chicago, but they'd like to see more local ones, mainly based on Minnesota and its history. They do like not having to coordinate the trips and transportations itself, so that's great that they're doing that. They noted that Donna Tilsner, the recreation supervisor at the center, is very receptive to new ideas and requests for activities, and that the senior center currently has a good spread of activities now. One person did note that they'd like to see less organized activity and more impromptu activities such as card games, just to drop in and play. With that, the June discussion that's currently going on is on conservation incentives. It's open until July 1st. We're asking what kind of conservation efforts could be incentivized, how to pay for it, and how to help fund those for residents to make. With that, I'll stand for any questions on the senior center.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. So, Mr. Gilgenbach, I noted that 131 comments, but it looks like they came from 45 people.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so some people comment more than once, particularly online.
Yep. So I counted each. The way online that it counts it is per comment, regardless of how many people.
Sure.
And so I did the same. I counted it the same way for the written one. So for each person, or each question each person answered was an individual comment. So if one person answered 3 of the 4 questions, that's 3 comments.
Sure, I did note that
yep.
that not everybody who answered an online question went on to answer subsequent, or some maybe answered 2 and then stopped after that.
Yep.
To your previous point too, it looked like almost, well, more than twice as many, but less than 3 times as many people answered in the paper form. 13 online commenters and 32 on paper. I also noted, and for whatever good this does for our planning, that 4 of the commenters, there were no addresses with the online, but there were with the paper. 4 were from the northeast quadrant, 11 from the northwest quadrant, including several who seemed right in the neighborhood, either living at Grandview Square at Brookside Court or Villa way across the street. 7 from the southeast quadrant, 3 from the southwest. 3 identified themselves as residents of Minneapolis, 1 as a resident of Bloomington, and 3 didn't give an address. So I don't know what that does for our planning and with respect to the future of the senior center, but it looks like we definitely have a draw from other communities. And I guess the question for you is, do we have strategies? We've seen this, I think, with past discussions where there's some very energetic conversation that goes on, but it seems to be a very small number of people who are actually engaged in that conversation. And so I'm wondering about the relationship of resources to results. I think the questions are really good questions, and it's good to get some input on them, but I'm wondering, is the result that we're getting worth the time that you're spending on it and budget? I guess I'm raising that question in a go forward kind of way. And also the dialogue with staff appears to be particularly valuable, and kind of what's going on in the online fashion. And I wonder if we need another vehicle that's to gather opinions. I know we have the decision resources survey or the quality of life survey every couple of years. So I guess the question is, the follow-up question to my previous question is, what is our goal in doing this? Is it dialogue with staff, or is it gathering a public opinion on something? And if so, what is a good measure of whether or not we're actually reaching that goal?
Councilmember Bennett and members of the council, the overall goal was to further the council's goal of establishing more dialogue with the community and outreach with the community that we established in our goals for this year. And this is just one tool to try to accomplish that. Our initiative this year with Speak Up Edina has been to understand that launching it was going to be slow, and hopefully we're going to be able to see some results as it becomes more institutionalized and see greater participation and greater value to that participation. But really, our plan was to evaluate it at the end of the year and then do exactly what you just asked for, kind of do some value analysis to really give ourselves and give you a sense of, was it all worth it? And really what we're looking for from you is we're looking for that same kind of reaction and anecdotal response as we kind of reach the end of the process. We're only halfway through the year, but we will be looking for that from you. Does the Speak Up tool provide you with information about how the community feels? Do you feel it's a good tool for that purpose? I mean, we'll be coming back to you as we evaluate that process as well.
Other questions for Mr. Gilgenbach? I want to thank you for doing this work. I think it's an important new tool that we have for reaching out to people and getting their opinions on various issues that are important in the community. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right, we are now going to move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda. We've got 3 public hearings tonight. The first matter involves Resolution 2014-65, the potential issuance of what we call a conduit debt housing revenue bond on behalf of Yorktown Continental. And Director Wallen, you have this matter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight before you is a presentation by Yorktown Continental. David Dye and Frank Hogan are here to present the project and the financing. State statute requires for this type of financing a public hearing, and that is what is before you tonight. There was a advertisement, so this has been advertised. Was called for a public hearing, I believe, one month ago. And from this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Dye and Mr. Hogan to be able to describe the project and the financing.
All right. Before they come up, would you want to comment at all about what conduit financing means in the traditional sense? Or are they going to cover that issue?
Conduit financing is the ability through state and IRS guidelines to be able to utilize the city's tax-exempt status. The financing does not is not an obligation of the city. It is a revenue bond strictly paid for from the project itself. The city does not have any responsibility, financial responsibility from the bonds, but it is a conduit. It is a method for in this case a housing for a specific purpose that the city can use and a developer can use to be able to use, again, tax-exempt financing to be able to help them finance their project.
All right, if I understand your memo correctly, under state law, the city is authorized to issue bonds to finance multifamily housing developments such as the proposed development at Yorktown Continental, but the holder of any bond will never have the right to compel any exercise of the taxing authority of the city to pay the bonds or the interest thereon, nor to enforce payment thereon against any property of the city.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Hence the use of the word conduit.
Right.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dye and Mr. Hogan, if you want to come up, please. You can get your presentation done in 10 minutes. I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourselves and give us your business addresses, please?
Sure. My name is David Dye. I'm here representing Yorktown Continental Limited Partnership. My business address is 730 Hennepin in Minneapolis, 55403.
I'm Frank Hogan, Senior Vice President with Doherty and Company at 90 South 7th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're an investment banker and will be involved in the sale of the conduit revenue bonds.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Hogan. Go ahead, Mr. Dye.
Thank you. Another benefit of the tax-exempt bond is that it allows us to raise tax credit equity for this project. And what we are proposing for Yorktown Continental is basically a $14 million rehab of the structure. It's a little over 40-year-old structure. The mechanical systems, the windows, the plumbing, many items have are nearing the end of their useful life. Our goal is to do this rehab, to reposition the property, to provide quality, affordable housing for the next 30 years at that property. The property is currently owned by a nonprofit. We would propose to buy the project. Then we put it into a limited partnership that has a limited partner that provides the tax credit equity. The things that are being addressed in the rehab would include new HVAC, new plumbing risers, new windows, rehab of the exterior. The existing stucco is failing. A repositioning of the building entrance to the east side. The current main entrance is on the west side of the building. In the units themselves, we would put energy-efficient light fixtures, water-saving plumbing fixtures, new flooring, new paint, new kitchen cabinets, new countertops, new appliances. So basically, most new surfaces, every surface within the unit will be touched by the rehab. The current tenant base at the project.
And it sounds like from what you're saying, both exterior and interior surfaces.
Well, the brick won't be changed on the exterior.
No, windows and.
Yes.
Are you doing a new roof or?
The roof is pretty new, actually. So
okay.
And actually, we are replacing half the roof, not the translucent rooftop panels that are up there. The elevator is 7 years old and it meets current code, so that won't be touched. The building services in terms of the resident lounge will get new FF&E. The kitchen will be revamped, new equipment there. We'll bring in a little bit more design so that space, it's wide open now, will become more useful and usable by our tenants in terms of a TV lounge. Some of the tenants like to play musical instruments. We'll provide a space. The Meals on Wheels is a very popular program at the project, so we will be able to better accommodate that service for our tenants. I guess some other things about the project is that 264 units, of which 179 are covered by a Section 8 HAP contract. That contract expires in September of 2014. Our goal is to renew that contract for a 20-year period. There are Section 236 units there. Those units would become eligible for housing preservation vouchers. So any tenant that occupies the Section 236 unit that has an income at or below 50% AMI would receive a voucher. Those vouchers are portable, so if they were to leave the project, the voucher would leave, but the affordability remains. I want to make that very, very clear. The use agreement with HUD was signed in 1996. It provides that 251 units will be at or below 50% AMI, and 13 units will be at or below 80% AMI. We have been informally surveying incomes at the project. We believe that 260 of the units are at or below 50% AMI, and then there are 4 units where they're at or below 60% AMI.
Could I ask you a question?
Sure.
How does the Section 8 contract expiring in September 2014 that affects 179 units interface with the HUD agreement that runs until 2046?
That is an excellent question because I didn't structure that deal. I would have never structured it the way that they did. Basically, that was, in my opinion, it was a commitment made without financing. So basically, it was dependent upon HUD continuing to renew these HAP contracts. And, fortunately for Yorktown Continental, very high priority for HUD, so I don't foresee an issue with that.
Okay. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. If you have other things you want to...
I think that kind of gives an overview of the affordability and the rehab.
I just briefly talk about the financing structure.
Thanks, Mr. Hogan. Comforting to know Doherty's interested in this, I'd say.
We part of the housing tax credit program requires that 50% of the project's costs be financed with tax-exempt bonds. So we have a structure here that will sell bonds in 2 series. The first essentially is a short-term construction loan, is a way to put it, for most of the project costs. The second, one of the other features of the housing tax credit equity is that funds come in over time. You get probably 20%, 15 or 20% of the equity will come in at financial closing. The balance will be delivered after the project rehabilitation is complete. So we will also have a Series B bond that will provide kind of bridge financing for the affordable housing tax credits. Those bonds will be paid off within 2 years. And again, the city is not liable for any of the project's debt whatsoever. They'll be paid for from project revenues and the receipt of the future tax credit equity contributions.
Questions for Mr. Hogan on the finance part? Member Swenson.
Finance part, but on the rehab part. Is the rehab being done as people live there, or are people leaving, you're rehabbing, you're repopulating?
Great question. We are going to do the rehab in units in increments of 12 units, and those will be, and of those 12 units that are being worked on at a time, 8 units will have to be relocated to guest suites within the project itself, within Yorktown Continental. And by a guest suite, what I mean is we will take currently vacant units, we will furnish those units, we will provide cable to those units, and for a 2-week period, let's just pick a number, unit 404 will move into the guest suite, and then at the end of those 2 weeks, he will move, or she will move back to the exact same unit that they vacated.
Okay, and do you have a population that will be able to handle these 2-week changes?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't have a high population that has memory loss problems that can't handle change, et cetera?
No.
Okay.
These units are independent living.
Yeah.
Member Sprague.
I just was clarifying, they're not AL or memory care units. These are independent IL units.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Member Bennett and Member Bindle.
Thank you. Following up on the mayor's question, so to varying levels of qualification, every unit is affordable at this time and will remain affordable, correct?
Correct.
For a period, you mentioned 30 years, and then later said that the Section 8 contract will be renewed for 20 years. That might have been what the mayor in part was asking about. How do the 20 and 30 years fit together?
Yeah, good question. So the use agreement was signed in 1996 for a 50-year period. That is a recorded document. It runs with title. It is monitored by HUD, and actually it's monitored by the Minnesota Housing because they're the agent of HUD for this project. The HAP contracts, HUD will only do a 20-year HAP contract. You can't get a longer term from them. So there is a disparity between the number of years in the HAP contract. But the use agreement continues whether the HAP contract gets renewed after the 20 years or not.
Thank you. And then this is partly answered or is answered by the correspondence that the mayor has pointed out is at our desk this evening. But also, this is a separate entity, whether or not there are same parties involved or some of the same parties involved from the entity that proposes to develop the new assisted living facility?
Yes, those are two separate projects.
Okay. And none of the funds that we're discussing this evening will be used for that project?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Member Bindle.
The city has a responsibility in this, so I have a question on how staff is going to be involved in this, in monitoring the compliance with the income and rent restrictions. Who is going to do that? How much time is required for that? And how is that time accommodated?
Joyce, do you want to field that question, or Carrie?
Mayor Hovland and members of the council, this is the first time the city will be responsible for monitoring both the income and the rents for an affordable housing, but it's something we can definitely do, and we haven't really worked out the particulars, but it's something we look forward to helping them out with.
And it's something, I think, from the council standpoint, you've all expressed a concern about that these units remain affordable and that we at least provide you some independent verification of that. So we think it's an important component.
But we don't know how long it will take.
We don't have any previous experience.
So as I understand this, we're doing triple monitoring because you've got HUD, MHFA, and the city.
I can at least tell you about the monitoring that's ongoing from entities other than the city, if that's helpful to your decision about how to proceed.
Well, it's just informational. I'm not sure that it changes the decision.
Yeah.
It's just informational.
Okay. Well, basically, Minnesota Housing does an annual survey of incomes to certify that the HUD contract is being, carried out correctly. That certification deals with not only the project-based Section 8 units, it will also deal with any unit that has a housing voucher. And at this point, that would be 260 of the 264 units. We also have a tax credit investor in this project. The tax credit investor also does an annual monitoring of all the files. The reason they do that is because they want to avoid what's called tax credit recapture. So if any unit that was qualified as a tax credit unit was all of a sudden not qualified due to income reasons, there would be a tax credit recapture event, which is why they have a $12 million guarantee from the partners that doesn't happen. So there's the state, there's HUD, there's tax credit investor, and they're all looking at the same file. Also, Minnesota Housing employs an organization called Housing Connections. And Housing Connections is a nonprofit monitor of these tax credit files. So there's all kinds of level of monitoring going on.
Anything else from the council? Manager Neal, would you comment on, based on your experience with this conduit financing, is there any risk whatsoever here for the city by potentially engaging in providing being the conduit to provide this this type of financing allowed by Minnesota state law?
You know, this city has done conduit funding in the past for similar projects. Other cities do this as well. There's no direct legal obligation for the city to have any liability for a conduit debt of this kind. Mr. Hogan could verify that as well. Yeah. But we have connected with our bond counsel at Dorsey and received that confirmation.
And, you know, the documents that we use to sell the bonds have in bold and in caps on the cover that they're not obligations to the city. They're not direct obligations to the city.
Does it in any way affect our borrowing capacity?
It does not. It's outside of those limits.
Member Sprague.
Who's requiring us to monitor as well? I mean, I see it in the contract. Or is this 462C that requires the city monitoring?
It says the city will be required to monitor compliance, and then it says that there's a half of 1% of the total principal.
That's based on our policy.
I'm thinking, is it MHFA who's?
No, it's typically it's a requirement of the tax code that there's a regulatory agreement filed, a bond regulatory agreement that will be filed that will require the affordable housing set-asides be maintained for.
So you're going to require us to monitor it, but we get a half of 1% of the principal to do it.
Correct.
Okay.
Again, not very unusual for a city to do that. We just don't have a lot of experience with it here.
No, that's fine. Obviously, we don't.
My question was who requires that, and you said that it's the
IRS.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Hogan, Mr. Dye, thank you. For now, we're going to open this matter up for public testimony. All right, this is a public hearing matter. I'm going to open this up for public testimony or inquiry. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and inquire of council or comment regarding this proposed conduit financing? Hearing no one and seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Got a motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
I'll move resolution 2014-65.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve resolution 2014-65. Requires a favorable vote of the majority of the council members present. No roll call necessary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck with this. It's nice to see you rehabbing the property. Yeah, it's great for the people that live there now and will be living there in the future. All right, next public hearing matter before us this evening is the comprehensive plan amendment that's been proposed regarding residential density for a mixed-use area. And Director Teague has this matter as well as the final one this evening that's related to this one. Director Teague.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is the result of the recent comprehensive plan amendment that was given as part of our first phase or second phase of the Lennar project. The Met Council is requesting that the city now do another comprehensive plan amendment, and the purpose is to establish our residential density ranges to better align with the description of our mixed-use districts in the comprehensive plan. The preamble to those categories or those land use districts talk about, for residential uses, density is defined in terms of dwelling units per acre. It goes on to state that for non-residential and mixed uses, intensity is typically defined in terms of floor area ratio. Met Council has told us that we can't rely on floor area ratio to determine density for residential development within a mixed-use district. So we need to correct those. In our mixed use, and we'll take a look at this in more detail in a minute, but the residential density ranges that are established in our mixed-use districts are between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 units per acre, which is actually less dense than our low-density residential, which allows up to 5 units an acre. So we need to correct that. So this is a look at those different land use districts or categories in the comprehensive plan. You see the yellow area, that's our single-family homes, all guided low-density residential, again, that allows up to 5 units an acre. The browns and tans, that's our medium-density and high-density residential districts. The colorful areas, that's our mixed-use districts. The pinks and reds, that's community activity center, mixed use. The area in white along here, this is the Pentagon Park in the area just west of France. That's guided office residential. Again, that's another mixed-use district. So just to quickly look at the categories within the comprehensive plan. First, our residential categories. Again, low-density residential allows up to 5 units an acre. Low-density attached residential allows up to 8 units. Medium density between 5 and 12. And our high-density residential between 12 and 30. And then we have a provision that would allow a little bit more dense for senior housing. Then we move into our mixed-use categories, starting with neighborhood commercial. And you see here how we define the density guidelines. We start with that floor area ratio that I mentioned. But again, we do have a density range that's quite low. So for example, the neighborhood commercial, that's our Morningside, the smaller commercial nodes, like Morningside, Valley View, Wooddale, 70th, and Cahill. 2 to 3 units an acre. That office residential that I mentioned, again, 2 to 3 units an acre. Our mixed-use center, we have 3 areas of mixed-use center, 50th and France, Grandview, and kind of the greater Southdale area that includes Centennial Lakes, 1 to 2 units an acre suggested there. Community Activity Center, that's the Southdale, Galleria site, and everything east of York, 2 to 3 units an acre. So this graphic, a little bit messy, but it gives you an indication of the densities in the comprehensive plan. Again, the yellow areas allow up to 5 units an acre, and those mixed uses between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 units an acre. The next thing we did was compare some of our surrounding cities to take a look at how they define their mixed use areas and the number of dwelling units that they allow there. First, looking at Bloomington, you see their highest intensity mixed-use area. This is defined as the Airport South. They allow up to 131 units an acre. Other mixed-use areas up to 60 units an area, 60 units per acre. In their general business and commercial areas up to 83 units an acre. City of Richfield, consistent with our medium density range, but they don't have a maximum. They just require a minimum of 24 units an acre. And in their mixed use areas, they suggest anything over 50 units an acre. St. Louis Park, a little bit higher medium density, but their high density residential and mixed use up to 75 units an acre. Minnetonka, their high density residential is defined as anything over 12 units an acre. They don't have a range established in their mixed use areas. They say that density is based on site location and site conditions. City of Minneapolis have quite a higher medium density range between 20 and 50. And again, they have a high density, the downtown area, at over 120 units an acre. So to take a look at the detail of the resolution that's before you and what's proposed here by Planning Commission and staff in each individual district, the general purpose behind some of these ranges that are proposed is using our existing residential ranges for the medium and high density, and then taking a look at existing developments within these areas and using those ranges so it matches what's out there today. So the neighborhood commercial, we're suggesting a range that's consistent with medium density residential between 5 and 12 units an acre. Our office residential category, we don't have any current examples of residential development within that area, but this is the area of Pentagon Park where the council and staff is suggesting that might be a good spot for residential. So we're suggesting a range that's consistent with high density residential between 12 and 30. And again, that is still lower than our adjacent communities. Next is the mixed use center. That is the 50th and France, the Grandview area, and the greater Centennial Lakes. The range that's suggested here between 12 and 30 units an acre is consistent with existing developments within each of these areas and for that high-density residential range. Community Activity Center is the next. That's the Southdale area. We're suggesting between 12 and 75. Again, this is a district that's described in the comprehensive plan as our most intense district in terms of uses, height, and coverage. So to highlight these areas, this is the 50th and France area. If we take a look at the existing housing within that area, the 5,000 France project, that is 23 units an acre, so that range proposed between 12 and 30 would be consistent. Next would be Grandview, and we have the Grandview Square development located right here. That's 29 units per acre, so again the range suggested is consistent. And then the greater Centennial Lakes area here, recent development on the old Byerly site, that is 24 units per acre. So again, that range is consistent. And the Community Activity Center, which includes Southdale, the Galleria, and the uses on the east side of York. Lastly is the Regional Medical District, where the council recently amended the comprehensive plan to allow senior housing, but we didn't establish a density range when that amendment was made. So we're suggesting between 12 and 80 units an acre. The 80 is consistent with the project that was approved at 6,500 France. That's 80 units per acre. And again, the Regional Medical District is this area highlighted in blue around the hospital. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission is recommending that the council adopt the resolution before you that would amend the comprehensive plan to straighten out these density ranges. With that, I can stand for questions.
Member Sprague, did you have your hand up?
So I have a question about the intensity of land use and the controls we use now in our zoning code and how that meshes with the comp plan. As I understand it, as you've mentioned, we use FAR to determine the intensity of use, which also affects density. FAR and height together will affect the density of the project.
That's correct.
Our comp plan has the same FAR requirement as the zoning. So every time a more intensive use is proposed under the zoning classification, it will require not only a rezone or a variance, it will require a comp plan amendment. Correct?
That's correct.
So the current control we have allows us to manage density in the way that is imagined for those districts. Correct?
That is correct. Yeah, there's no changes contemplated here for the zoning ordinance.
So FAR still remains the FAR and height together with the setbacks still set the bar. And again, any time that a more intense residential density use is proposed that goes past that FAR, it will immediately require a 4-vote comp plan amendment as it would today.
That's correct. So any residential square footage that's proposed within these mixed-use commercial areas, they're adding residential square footage at the expense of eliminating the potential for commercial or office type uses. So the overall square footage doesn't change. You're just trading one use for another.
Thank you.
Member Bennett.
Thank you.
Just a little bit of background. So when the City Council held its hearing on the 2nd of December 2008 and sent this to the Met Council, there were no residential densities stated in the table for mixed-use districts, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as we know, as far as we know, the Council and Planning Commission did not set those numbers.
Correct.
So they're in the comp plan, but I guess my point in the questions is I don't think there's an argument that they're not realistic numbers. I think the question is where they came from, but I don't think anybody would say that they're not realistic. I do want to, however, follow up because density was so much a part of the discussion in 2007, 2008. I want to follow up on Member Sprague's questions. So far was the basis, what was submitted to the Met Council was the basis for their coordination of infrastructure, correct?
Correct.
Transportation and sewage, chiefly.
Correct.
And there are a couple of documents in here, but when I look at the recommendations, they create more questions for me. I'm looking at page A31 specifically. In conclusions and recommendations in the Bar Engineering Report, I'm looking at paragraph 1, the last sentence of which reads, because the major trunk line leading to MISIS 129 are nearing capacity, it is recommended that the city evaluate requests for additional sewer access units on a case-by-case basis. And next paragraph, middle line, city also start looking into reliever trunk lines to accommodate proposed development in this area. Third paragraph, it is recommended that updated field metering data be collected and compared to the data collected in 2006 for the creation of the model. Later in that paragraph, if flows have remained the same or increased, there may be even less capacity in the trunk lines than this analysis shows. Have we done that updated modeling? I see that there was an exchange of email and our water engineer was involved, but has the study that Bar Engineering was recommended in July 2013 been done as a precursor to undertaking this action, proposed action?
Yeah, we take a look at each project that comes in on a case-by-case basis to review the capacity, and I might ask Director Milner to advance that a little further.
Yeah, your question about the study, it was completed this past year. We presented to council, I believe, last fall and noted a few, actually it was noted during a work session on a few of those pipes that we're going to look at upgrading if development keeps going. But we ran various scenarios. If we stay constant with population, use the Met Council's estimate of 57,000 or that real high estimate that they gave us right away. So we got different scenarios and we know which pipes within town that are going to need to be looked at in the next 5 years. And we're looking at that with the new CIP coming online.
Sure. I guess my question again goes back to the fact that when we submitted, we were looking at an increase in households of about 1,500 and an increase in population of, I believe, still under 50,000. It looks like with the projects that have been approved to date in the time span that we will be exceeding that fairly shortly. And so then to Director Milner's point, if that system analysis, if that system adequacy was judged on the basis of what we submitted in 2008, where do we really stand today and what is the impact of an action? I'm, again, not arguing that we go to 2 to 3 units per acre. It's just a question of, I think the underlying zoning, for instance, in the CAC was high-density residential. And the proposal now is to move that to the MXC, one of which is still in the greater Southdale area at Centennial Lakes, but 2 of which are PCD2, so they're a step down in terms of commercial zoning, and contain, you said 29 units per acre at Grandview Square, so it looks like there has in fact been construction in that area. But do we have the modeling, again, that shows us what we're headed toward if what we submitted back in 08 was for much less density?
Yep, I'm not sure about the specific modeling, but in those districts, the 50th and France and Grandview, In the PCD2 zoning, we actually allow an FAR of 1.5, so a little greater square footage allowed there.
And how does FAR relate to usage? Because I would imagine that it's massing. The FAR is the mass of the building on that site, but it's not necessarily more people, more toilets flushing, for instance. So how does that get coordinated? And did the Met Council, in fact, base any of its assumptions or analysis on the 2 to 3 or 1 to 2 units per acre that were submitted at some point?
Yeah, I don't know the detail of their analysis, but they have indicated that those ranges don't make a lot of sense for them looking at our description of the uses.
Right, but they've sat for 5 years, over 5 years, 2009 sometime to 2014. Also, for transportation infrastructure, which was, again, a big topic of concern, and in fact had the original draft of the comp plan scaled back in the greater Southdale area to its FAR with the previously existing comprehensive plan. Looking at page A55, I have a question about 2 of the conclusions. First, in paragraph 1, this, it states that with each development proposal, there's a traffic study. The studies will recommend any existing or future roadway mitigation required to accommodate the development. So in other words, at least in paragraph 1, WSB is not saying that the infrastructure is sufficient to accommodate that development. It's just saying that we'll learn what's needed to make the infrastructure stretch with a traffic study that will precede that development. Is that correct?
I believe that to be true, yeah.
Okay, and then in paragraph 2, again about middle line, if additional households are included in a specific district, the corresponding employment numbers would be reduced. I think that depends on the type of development that is proposed. I don't know how that statement can necessarily be made.
Yeah, in my conversation with Mr. Rickert, his thinking was that, well, the TAZ zones, there's going to be a higher residential number, but the number of employment will go down as a result, because again, it's based on FAR. So if we're taking away from the potential employment and adding the housing numbers, in his view, the amount of traffic generated is generally a little bit less with the housing project compared to retail or an office building. So that the TAZ bottom line numbers stay the same.
The public hearing that's going to follow this includes, there's already been a comprehensive plan amendment adopted with respect to the density of that project?
Correct.
Okay, so it isn't necessarily the case that there'll be an exchange as is contemplated in paragraph 2 of the WSB analysis?
Well, the majority of the square footage in this project is residential, where it potentially could have been retail.
Yes, but it doesn't well, and I guess the ultimate conclusion is it doesn't necessarily mean fewer vehicles on the road. It doesn't necessarily mean understanding the traffic study, but then again, that leads us to learning what we may have to change to accommodate a development, not that we have the infrastructure in place at this time to contemplate the densities proposed. That when I look closely at the 2, I mean that's what I take away from both of them. It's that we can model it, we can learn what we need, but it doesn't necessarily tell us going into this decision requested this evening that what we have is adequate, and that leads back to that conversation again back in 2007 and 2008 about whether we had the capacity for increased density. Okay. Just a couple more questions. Of the PUDs that have been approved by council so far, how many have been actually built?
Oh, let's see. There's the one on 70th and France, the little vitamin shop there. That was a PUD. Mm-hmm. I believe the Eric's Ranch, where we did a PUD for that change in use, I believe they're in and operating. The Byerly's project is under construction. Mm-hmm. It's the one down here on Vernon has not developed, and I think I'm missing one. Oh, the 6500 France, right, and they've made application now for their final rezoning for that PUD.
But it hasn't been built yet either.
But not built
Okay,
yet, right.
so we're going to figure out how that works going forward?
Right.
Okay. And then last question. One more observation, and that's in the table of other cities, or the materials from other cities. They were helpful. I appreciate them. But when I looked at the description of their areas, I noticed that some of them didn't necessarily fit. It wasn't like their districts necessarily matched our districts. I did note that I think it was City of Richfield that had a medium-high density, which I think was 12 to 24 units an acre. That seemed to fit maybe more closely with some of ours. And then my last question is, with medium-density residential being the normal transition from high-density residential to low-density residential, single-unit housing, what kind of transition is envisioned from 50th and France to the White Oaks and Country Club neighborhoods?
Yeah, the transition there, you've got the duplexes along 49th, so that's kind of seen as the transitional area between the single-family homes. On the south side, well, really, and the west side, it transitions right into single-family homes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Sprague.
I have a question for city engineer. So our transportation utility infrastructure modeling is based on what? What measurement?
It's based on the estimated population of the Met Council. That's the model we ran for sewer and the water recently, and know where basically a few pinch points are in our system. If we can get the sanitary sewer line, our own system, to the border to connect to Met Council, there is no flow restrictions on the Met Council lines.
And why do they use population and not density per acre? Why do we use, or both?
It's each individual uses so many gallons of water per day. There's a number that we use to develop how many gallons of water they'll use of our clean water, and also what goes out the sanitary sewer system.
But that's already been modeled both by Met Council and ourselves.
Well, we did it internally.
Internally, right.
Met
And now we
Council
got the results of that.
Yep.
And it shows in the various commercial districts how it could impact the current capacity.
Correct.
Okay. So that's already been considered. And in terms of transportation trips, retail and office as a use will generate more trips than the residential use.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Brindle.
Just a couple things. Looking at mixed-use development and the 2 to 3 units per acre in medium density, for example, that seems to me that it was just something that nobody caught, and it just took a couple of iterations of projects to catch by the Metropolitan Council. So that's what it seems to me. And when looking at the modifications we're making now, I kind of see that as kind of a mid-step, because we've got another comp plan modification update coming. I guess looking at that next update of the comprehensive plan, I would want the plan to look forward and not necessarily be planned around what it is today. And I suppose for our purposes today, that's where we should put it, knowing that, and this is just a statement, but in order to possibly have a conversation about what is the role of the comprehensive plan in defining what density should be in a mixed district. You've got FAR to identify the commercial density, and then you've got units per acre to identify residential density. I think that's a distinction that we just simply missed. And but it is one that Like I said, while what we're defining today is around what exists, I think the ideal for a comprehensive plan is to plan forward. So I would like us to approach that knowing that we're not going to just define what it exists in the future. We're going to define something that allows us to grow.
Yeah, and those are excellent comments. That's a lot of the discussion we had at the Planning Commission when we took a look at this. They talked initially about maybe increasing some of these ranges, but then they weren't comfortable with just raising them for the sake of raising them. They'd like to have a little bit more in-depth study before anything like that is done.
Okay, that's all I got.
If we adjust these dwelling unit per acre numbers and then send them over to the Met Council as a comp plan amendment, it seems to me that the Met Council will be reviewing both the sewer capacity data and the transportation system data as they review whether our dwelling unit per acre numbers for the entire district will be compatible with that infrastructure capacity. Is that true?
That's true.
All right. So this is a question that will be inherent in what they analyze, and they'll be able to determine whether we have that capacity or not. So, Director Milner, just to segue off Member Sprague's comments or questions with you, while no modeling was done like Barr suggested, a study was completed last year of our sewer capacity. And what I thought I heard you saying was that using the Met Council's projected population numbers of up to 57,000, our system looks okay. It can handle the capacity, whether it's in the Southdale District or throughout the community.
Correct, Mayor.
All right. And with respect to the information on A55 regarding transportation, I would note that while studies will recommend any existing or future roadway mitigation required to accommodate any development, WSB is quite clear that there is adequate roadway capacity to support the proposed residential density ranges in the mixed-use districts in the Southdale area. Is that also true?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Teague? All right. You can go ahead and sit down. This is a public hearing. If there is anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and comment regarding these proposed changes with respect to the dwelling unit per acre data in these various zoning districts, feel free to come forward and give us your name and address. If you want to use the overhead in the middle, we'll need a handheld microphone. And you'll have 3 minutes. And you'll get a yellow warning light with 30 seconds left.
Mayor and council members, my name is Kim Montgomery and I reside at 5300 Evanswood Lane in Edina. Residents should be aware of the twin themes emerging from the council: urbanization or densification, as well as privatization of public land. They go hand in hand. Public land becomes harder to keep in the public domain as it becomes more attractive to private developers. It becomes more attractive to developers the more density that is allowed. A crucial step toward that is changing the Edina's comprehensive plan to increase the density ranges in the mixed-use category, the subject of tonight's requested amendment. It is a slippery slope. In this case, the staff is calling the requested change a technicality, saying this density does not make sense. What is to say that the density that is listed in the comp plan in mixed-use areas, for example, is not exactly what citizens intended, that they did not intend for high-density mixed use, but rather a mix of low-density uses? Tonight's requested change to the comp plan density has the potential to make significant and far-reaching changes to the way residents live their lives. Because citizens are not aware of these changes, do not understand them due to their complex nature, and do not see the tie between these difficult-to-understand guidelines and their practical implications, there are few people who will stand up in this meeting and object. They will only object when they see a dense urban mini downtown being created in their backyards. The city allows variances to the comp plan based on developer requests. Then the city goes back and requests changes to the comp plan based on precedent set by those variances. It seems to me a catch-22. Some will argue that the comp plan regulates height and that will control density. That is true today, but we are one city council vote away from the height designations being increased to allow taller buildings. The practical implication can be seen in an area like Grandview. If we allow the density that this resolution is calling for, then we are one step closer to the 8 to 12-story towers presented in the Council's June 3rd work session. The comp plan involved hundreds of hours of citizen input. Tonight's amendment process has not been widely publicized. Consequently, few residents know about it, and therefore it will have relatively little citizen input for such an important decision. In the past 2 years, many smaller decisions have been made in the city, which when added together have the potential for big impacts. They include the expansion of Southdale TIF, passage of the PUD designation, special legislation related to TIF, and recent modification of the PUD ordinance. Now there is a request for changing density. All of this allows for higher density and urbanization. One might ask why, when the majority of residents have said clearly in a recent survey they do not want the things that higher density implies, apartments, condos, and offices, but rather they want low-density uses, especially when it comes to the definition of mixed use. Residents' definition of mixed use in Grandview, for example, is
Ms. Montgomery, I'll let you drift over a little bit. Please wrap up.
Okay. Is retail, restaurants, and other low-density uses like a community center. As a citizen who has been paying attention for 7 years, I believe it is my responsibility to stand up to inform busy residents who do not have the time to delve deeply into what these proposed changes could mean to their everyday lives.
I need to have you stop now.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Before the clock starts running, question. First of all, Gene Persha, 6917 Cornelia Drive. Members of the council, I take this, this hearing precedes what's coming next on Lennar. In order to pass that Lennar project, you have to get approval for this zoning change for the comprehensive plan. Is that how it fits?
I think they are related.
Okay. Height drives density. Density drives congestion. Congestion drives undesirability. Undesirability affects livability for residential areas. My bias is I'm a champion of wild land, and I've studied them on a national committee for it right now, and I was asked to write something, and I want to give you my opening line because it's apropos here. At some point, after Euro-American settlement, urbanization, industrialization, and agricultural expansion, there came a realization of how much is too much, how much can be transformed from what was to what now is, from how much was needed to how much should be preserved. That sets a little tone of what we're doing here. Today we're going to change the comprehensive plan in a zoning area and its accompanying restrictions to now planned unit development, PUD, or as John Bohan has continually reminded us over the last 10 years, spot zoning. Everything PUD has done of late has increased density, traffic, massing, artificial light, shadowing and obstruction of natural light, diminishing sight lines, building more height, lessening green space, and its natural accompanying natural areas. Today, the preferred choice is to build in parking lots. We had a comprehensive plan to put restrictions on development. This was surely part of the consideration for the Southdale area. Now we have more traffic, building height, density, and rush hour gridlock. It is ironical that we improved drastically 70th Street only to increase its ability to have cut-through traffic that is taking place on France Avenue. The present last measured traffic on France Avenue between 66 and 494 is over 26 cars a day.
26,000, you mean?
26,000, I'm sorry if I misstated that. The requested change in the comprehensive plan is not a matter of adaptability to a development. It is a matter of putting together these large buildings that affect the livability and movement of our community. Accommodations to development, which always wants more than is prescribed, takes precedent over our residential uses that we so need to make our city function properly. I quote from the City Code of Palo Alto, California. It's an area I used to live next door to, literally. It's in their city code, and I've always liked the statement. It has a policy to maintain the scale and character of the city. And yes, after a 50-year experience with Palo Alto, I believe that still is true when I used to live next to it. Maybe Edina ought to take note. One footnote.
Thank you, Mr. Persha.
I have one footnote I'd just like to give.
All right, go ahead.
It comes from the 2007 planning group that put the comp plan together. One of the members of the comp plan group says density is what affects traffic, not height. And then one of our city staff
Mr. Persha,
says
thank you.
Transportation infrastructure
Mr. Persha.
will not support increases.
Thank you.
Hope it's best.
Do you have something you want to use in the middle? Do you have an overhead need? No. Oh, well, then you should use that one. Okay. Thank you.
My name is Hope Melton. I live at 4825 Valley View Road in Edina. First of all, I want to make it clear that I do not oppose these increases in the density ranges. My concern is something else. Last week, I received the following email message regarding the upcoming Wooddale Valley View Small Area Plan. It was circulated widely in the Concord neighborhood. I quote, "Consider going to this meeting regarding development of the Valley View Wooddale Strip Mall. Some talk that the city is thinking of Section 8 housing, past the word, exclamation point," end quote. Apart from the obvious implications of this message, there is the broader issue of trust in government. This message indicates that there is a segment of Edina residents who are anxious about the future, who feel threatened by growth and change, and who mistrust government. I think Edina residents understand that increased density ranges will have an important impact on neighborhoods throughout the city. And because of its importance, I think this public hearing on the amendment should have been more widely publicized. While I recognize and applaud the efforts the city is already making to improve communications and trust between government and residents, I suggest the following for your consideration. Number one, whenever possible, err on the side of more rather than less communication. You may have regarded this amendment to increase density ranges as the mere correction of a technical error within the comprehensive plan, but residents in retrospect might view it differently and wonder why it wasn't more widely publicized. You have initiated and are supporting the creation of city-recognized neighborhood associations. Nextdoor is an excellent neighborhood communications tool, and those of us on the ground are encouraging people to sign up and use it. I understand that you're just putting, there was a notice this afternoon that you've created an app. So I encourage you to make greater use of Nextdoor by announcing, for example, upcoming public hearings. When announcing planning efforts or changes that will impact neighborhoods, please also briefly describe the target area, the intended impacts, and why you're doing it. Finally, I think it is important to talk about the values behind these proposed changes. People want to know what you stand for in proposing them. Core values of equity, diversity, and democracy are supported by most people across race, ethnic, class, and cultural religious lines. So speaking openly about these values will promote understanding and cooperation as together we face the difficult challenges of growth and change.
Thank you, Ms. Melton. Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Is there a second? Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion, all those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And Member Swenson, question?
No, statement.
Okay.
After 10 years I was here when we passed the comp plan. I actually was here when we were working on it for planning. We did pass it with FAR. That was our method of controlling the amount of development on the size of the lot. We already have development, high-density development that has an incredible number of units per acre. We have 6,500 France that has 76 units per acre already. This isn't anything unusual. What we found from the Met Council is that we were missing units per acre. We got a letter dated January 14th, 2009 to our then assistant city manager, Heather Worthington, who then became our acting city manager, and saying that we were missing that part in our comp plan. That's when those odd numbers got put in. And I don't view this as increasing density. What I view this as is matching our FAR to units per acre. We discussed FAR for a long time. We didn't change FAR when we did our Met Council update. At one point, it was recommended that we double FAR, and both the Planning Commission and the group working on the comp plan and the council at the time decided they did not want to do that. There's been a huge discussion. There's been a lot of input to this. So to say at this point it's a slippery slope, I guess I don't agree with that. I support this clarification, is what I would call it. It's requested by us, and it's certainly needed. We will be redoing our comp plan in the next couple years, and we will be revisiting this again, and there will be that decision about whether we go above this or not, and that's a discussion to have at another date.
Thank you. Member Brindle?
I mean, I said earlier really what's on my mind about it. It is an update that was missed in my mind as I look at how the numbers compare and what makes sense in a mixed-use development. Looking at what other cities have done, that was handy to have. It was good to see how other cities define what various uses, even to the point of different uses and how those mixed uses interact and interplay. But one thing mentioned when talking about the Wooddale and Valley View and the alarming feeling from residents about affordable housing. Medina is going through this right now. They actually had a proposal that I think isn't going anywhere for affordable housing. And it's really, I think it's almost the wrong word because if we look at it as workforce housing, teachers, nurses, firefighters, police officers can't, I mean, they're hard-pressed to find a house that they can buy in Edina. But affordable housing makes it if we have a goal of making workforce housing part of the offering in our real estate values, then the people who work here can live here. The other people who can't live here, our son is 30 years old. There's no way. There is no way he could live here, as much as he might like to. And others in his class of 2001, they may end up back here, but it's not going to be without some help from others in the community who help them get back here. Their incomes are not. They just aren't where they need to be to live in homes like you and I live in. So I think that there's a lot we need to deal with. Who is going to replace us in our homes? How are they going to be able to afford it if our real estate values continue to be what they are, and we don't have an eye toward attracting those who work here.
You know,
Thank you. Member,
can I
yeah,
clarify something, though? I appreciate Hope getting up and what she said, but there is no proposal that we're even looking at Valley View and Wooddale. We're trying to start a small area plan. We're trying to get the residents to come in along with the property owners and the business owners and talk about that little area that's going to end up getting redone because it's a bunch of old businesses. One piece of the business, I think it's where the dry cleaner is currently on the market. It's going to eventually change, but we want the residents to tell us ahead of time what they want for change there. Do they want housing? Do they want small, area services? Do they want restaurants? What is it that they want in their neighborhood? And so it has nothing to do with affordable housing. There's no current project there. So I just want to be really clear because I'm in the Concord neighborhood. I saw that email and I had to kind of laugh because one, the little strip mall is owned by a guy that's just redoing it. He's put a new roof on it. He's looking at maybe trying to get a restaurant in there. It's kind of an exciting time for him. He's looking forward to going forward in the next 10 years and owning it. So, I encourage everyone in the Concord neighborhood to please come to the meeting. It is tomorrow, the 18th, at the Senior Center at 6:30. It's kind of an exciting time. It's our first small area plan of a neighborhood that I think could really be an interesting kind of pattern for how we do some other neighborhoods. We have 44th in France that we need to discuss. We have 66 in Cahill. So it isn't a discussion of affordable housing. It's a discussion of what you want in your neighborhood.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. I think this body is a thoughtful body, and I think in 2007 and 2008 we engaged in a very thoughtful process with our planning commission, and we were not looking to the future, we were, but the initial work, when Director Teague modeled what the previous comp plan would permit for growth in the area, along with what was proposed in the first draft of the comprehensive plan, the numbers just blew everybody away, and that draft was revised back to FAR. So it wasn't an intention to look back. It was an intention to, an understanding of what the infrastructure could support. And those statements were made in public meetings in December 2007 and forward into 2008. So that's where the FARs came from. That's where the proposed densities came from. I also appreciate an effort to correct something, and I agree that the densities that are in the comp plan are not reasonable for mixed use. And I can support some of what's in front of us, for instance, with the neighborhood commercial, the sticking with the medium density residential, which is what is contemplated and was discussed during the comprehensive plan process. That makes a lot of sense and it's consistent. Similarly with office residential, given its location adjacent to a freeway, adjacent to major thoroughfares, that makes sense. In the community activity center, which we were discussing as our most intense district, always. We had the highest height recommended there. Again, contemplated doubling the FAR, but backed off on that. I have some concern about going all the way to 75 units for the upper when the largest application that we have had within that district is 52 units an acre. And we haven't had a lack of development requests. So I don't see, the confusion hasn't inhibited. What we have made accommodation for has not been inhibiting. And to go past that to something that's over 20 units an acre beyond does give me some concern. The point was made during the Planning Commission discussion that FAR and density are part of what makes up the character of a community, and they were grateful, I think, to have the information from the other communities, but it didn't mean that they wanted to emulate them necessarily. I think that was clear in the discussion. Regional medical, I can see encompassing what we have approved because we did a very good job of conditioning it. And that was the project that Member Swenson referred to on the table on page 5 of the staff report, which is the 76 units per acre at 6,500 France, which has not yet obtained final approval. So what I really have concern again are two things. I have concern about the upper limit in the community activity center, and I also have concern about mixed use center, because I think that is something that really would have been a topic of concern or conversation, at least during the comp plan process, if people envisioned, if citizens understood that we were going to take a density range that was used for housing in the Southdale area and greater Southdale area and apply it there. And I'm especially concerned when we discuss the specifics of 50th and France, because there really is no buffer there. There is the one block of buffer to the north. We've had various development and redevelopment requests on that block. But to the west, to the south, it's right up against single-family neighborhoods. And then I wonder again what the buffer is going to be to the high-density residential. So I think thoughtful process is good process. I think when we legislate in response to a single request, we don't necessarily get the most thoughtful result. Some of this is quite good, but I do have serious concerns about those two parts.
Member Sprague.
Thank you. I don't see us legislating to a specific project. What happened was the project triggered a review, and we're out of compliance, and that's why we're here tonight, is to fix that. And it is a technical change because the FAR and the height and the lot and the size of the lot are still going to control the density. You can't go if we wanted to do a 15. If we wanted to reach the density levels that are proposed for the Grandview site, which is a publicly owned land and adds another layer to this conversation, we couldn't do it without a comp plan amendment to height because of the FAR that exists there and the lot size. So the controls we have in place, both in terms of the zoning and our future our future use as proposed in the comp plan, are going to limit, practically speaking, the density that can be done on certain sites. They're still going to have to go through the same regulatory and comp plan amendment approvals in order to reach that density. So for that reason, I support this. I think I appreciate the speakers bringing up the broader conversation about density, and I think the place that will happen will be during the next comp plan process. For myself, I believe that the density is becoming more intense because people want different housing and lifestyle options in certain locations. Some people want to stay in a low-density residential area for part of their stay here in Edina, and we know people stay here long. And then some people want to transition to maybe a rental or a mixed-use condo in a place where they have to travel less and are closer to retail. And then some people are coming in and not choosing to go to a low-density residential district at all. They want a more urban experience. They want to travel less. They want to be more conveniently located within walking distance of amenities. So it's a change in lifestyle and more housing options that's leading to this increased residential density. So I think in certain locations, density is appropriate, and it makes us a more attractive place based on the changing needs of the world. So I think, as someone aptly discussed in their comments, yes, some things do need to be preserved, but other things need to evolve to meet the changing times.
Thank you. I will vote in favor of this change as well. When I look at the high-density development in Edina, Member Bennett pointed out on page 5, some of these buildings out there in the Southdale district reflect dwelling unit per acre numbers of 45. That's the Yorktown Continental we just talked about a few minutes ago. 45 dwelling units per acre, and it's been there for probably 35 years. The Durham, which is a block away from the Yorktown Continental, 46 dwelling units per acre. The project at 6500 France that Member Swenson mentioned, that's coming back in for final approval, been preliminarily approved, 76 units per acre. The fact is that, and I could go on with Walker Elder Suites, 7500 York Cooperative, which has been there forever at 36 dwelling units per acre. The action of this council tonight, I think, is going to reflect the reality of what's been going on in the Southdale district. Mr. Persha has mentioned the Palo Alto language before, and I think it's very appropriate. The scale and character of the city is important, but a city isn't just a monolithic structure that has one type of housing. We are, as Member Sprague said, blessed with a multitude of housing options. People can live a lot of different ways. And what's evolving out in the Southdale district, where the land is so expensive, is more density. Now we have the great advantage of being close to transit because we have that new transit hub on the northeast corner of the Southdale district site that can take people downtown, and a certain level of density is necessary to be able to accommodate mass transit. So this seems to be an action that's entirely consistent with what's happened out there probably over 30 or 35 years, and we're just seeing some intensification of it. And I know there are concerns about the infrastructure, appropriately so. I think that's the first question anybody would ask as you densify. Can the infrastructure handle the increased living that's going to take place in a particular area, whether it's sewer capacity or transportation system capacity? The Met Council is going to answer that question for us from their point of view when they review this dwelling unit per acre adjustment that we've made that I think will pass. But our own staff has looked at this with a comprehensive sewer study that they did a year ago that they presented to us that shows that we have this capacity right now, and the transportation study shows it can accommodate that level of density as well. So I'm going to support this as well. And if someone wants to make a motion, we need a second, and then we need a roll call.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Nay.
Mayor Houghton.
Aye. All right, on to the next public hearing matter, which is the final PUD rezoning. It's been approved preliminarily, the Lennar Corporation Final Development Plan, 6725 York Avenue. Director Teague, you have this matter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the Commission, or the City Council. Before you, this is the third step in the review process for this project. The applicant went through sketch plan review through Planning Commission, City Council, and they've received preliminary rezoning to planned unit development and the comprehensive plan amendment. So this is the third and final stage, and it is final rezoning and final development plan. And also before you is an ordinance amendment that would establish the PUD zoning district for this site. You're all familiar with the location, the old Wicks building on York and the 5 single-family homes on Xerxes. This is a look at the project that was approved preliminarily as 242 units and 11,500 square feet of retail. Look from York and the site plan that was approved. The plans before the council this evening are consistent with those preliminary plans. The unit count has been reduced down to 240. Again, a look at the building as proposed this evening. I want to start with this graphic. You may recall this from our last review where we were looking at the setback to the residential property across Xerxes. It also is a good indication of where we've come in the project. This dashed line here indicates where the applicant started out with their sketch plan review, which was a 25-foot setback to Xerxes Avenue. Based on the feedback at sketch plan, they scaled back the project, shifted it back, created the podium height, and initially proposed a 37-foot setback. Based on feedback at the Planning Commission, they then shifted the building another 10 feet for a 47-foot setback. And that was what was ultimately approved by the council. This also indicates the setback to the residential property across Xerxes. As the council recalls, in Edina we have a requirement for the setback to R1 property is twice the height of the building. And the height of this building is actually 68 feet. I believe we were looking at 70 feet on the preliminary plans. So the setback, if that were property in Edina, would be 136 feet. So we're just 4 feet short of our requirement. So just to quickly go through the site plan, again, the 47-foot setback to Xerxes. We do have a relatively large right-of-way. There's 25 feet from the Xerxes curb. There would be 115-foot setback to the north, 58 to the north, 124 to York Avenue. Again, these are all consistent with the preliminary plan. As we talked about in the second phase, the WSB, the traffic consultant, was recommending a left in off of York, and that we've been working with the county to secure that left lane being the left turn lane being a county road. We haven't secured that as of yet. The project will work as a right-in, right-out only. We do still are confident that the county will approve that left in, but we haven't secured that as well. We'll continue to work with the county on that. In terms of the landscaping, it's all the project is all code compliant. Based on the perimeter of the site, 48 overstory trees are required. The applicant's proposing nearly 60. The building material here, it's going to be a high-quality brick, cast stone, stucco. I'll let the applicant go through that in a little more detail and present their materials board to you. Primary issue that was considered by staff and the Planning Commission is the proposed rezoning to PUD appropriate for the site? And Planning Commission is recommending approval of this, and staff believes that the PUD is appropriate. Again, the plans are consistent with the preliminarily approved plans for the site. Provides a mixed-use project in this CAC, the Community Activity Center, which is encouraged by the comprehensive plan. Project creates a pedestrian-friendly environment, and this plan on the screen is a little different from your packet. This was submitted today by the applicant, and I'll let them go into it a little more in detail. Essentially, the sidewalks have been shifted there on Xerxes somewhat, but this graphic does indicate the pedestrian connections from Richfield on the north and south side of the site. There would be the 3 connections off of York. They have adjusted the sidewalk along York. There's now a 7-foot sidewalk with that 1-foot strip that would separate the parking from the sidewalk, and it expanded the green space along York. Again, the tree plantings are subject to county approval still. The applicant, the project does have podium height on both sides, the 2-story podium on Xerxes, and then the look on York. Sustainable design principles are still in play here with the green roof, that courtyard area. There's a 10% energy savings over the energy code that's projected. The PUD zoning ordinance would ensure that this is the building that's constructed on the site. Project meets many of the goals in the comprehensive plan that are outlined in your staff report, pages 12 through 13. The setbacks that are proposed for the project essentially become the required setbacks within this zoning district. Before you is the zoning ordinance amendment that would establish this district. If the council is comfortable with the ordinance, you could waive second reading of that. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the final development plan, the final rezoning to PUD, and the ordinance amendment that would establish this PUD district. With that, I can stand for questions.
All right. Questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Member Brindle?
I'm looking at the grading and drainage plan on page C11. I don't know if you have that there. My question has to do with slope.
That might be a detailed question for the applicant. I don't have
Okay,
that plan in front of
fine,
me
I can
here.
wait. That's fine.
All right. Other questions for Director Teague at this point in time?
One thing I do want to mention, I handed out a revised ordinance in front of you this evening. The only change is the effective date. This is the ordinance. Actually, yeah, a couple of things. The ordinance, the effective date is subject to Met Council approval. So the ordinance would take effect assuming the Met Council approves the comprehensive plan amendment.
So that's 2014-6?
Correct.
Okay.
And the resolution, I added the landscape plan,
Yeah.
the date of that plan that came in. So that would be covered in the ordinance as well.
Director Teague, indicate for me what amount of time you told the applicant they'd have so that we...
In the 15-minute range?
All right, thank you. All right. Do you have the proponent here, Mr. Shimolewski?
Shimolewski, 2029 West North Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Mayor Hovland, members of City Council, it's a pleasure to be back here again. We're really excited about this project, and you know us, you know the development side, so we won't belabor into the details, but certainly available for any questions or clarifications that you have or any members of the public might have for us.
Why don't you go ahead and go through the changes from preliminary that Director Teague also mentioned, if you have any.
The changes to the plan?
Yep.
Sure.
You want your architect to do that?
Yeah.
In the meantime, Member Swenson may have a question. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Aaron Rosseth with ESG Architects. I echo Peter's comments. We're very excited to be here, and we're very proud of the work that we've done to get to this point with you and the entire staff. We have three key things that I'm going to go through right now that have been updated since we talked to you last. And these came out of the suggestions from our last Planning Commission meeting. One of the questions that came up is what we did on Xerxes, and we're continuing to try to develop this even further and activate it as best we can to be great neighbors to the Richfield side and to promote and enhance those connection points from Xerxes through the site and onto York. And so the nodes that we had before on both the north and south end still exist. We're working with our landscape architect to even enhance those even more. We created a midpoint connection as well between that boulevard and the sidewalk that will still run north-south. And then we added what are essentially like cow paths, the easy paths of travel, up to two different nodes within this to further enhance both graphically from all of those units that will be facing Xerxes, but also just that a pedestrian experience walking up to these front doors. And so it actually added sidewalk. I don't know if the question with grade was specific to this area, but there's about a 6-foot grade difference between the Xerxes side to the front doors or the stoops of or porches to the townhome units that face Xerxes. And so these gentle, gradual slopes will actually add nice, gentle slopes up to these front doors as well. So that was one update that was feedback from the last Planning Commission to today, and that's why we essentially we had to submit that today to Carrie. And then the other was our team at ESG has been working closely with the city engineer, and this was the final recommendation based on our conversation with them, which echoes the same site connection or site section quality that you have on the Whole Foods site. And so we worked with them with the specific numbers, and this is a graphic detail of what that became. And then the last is our material board, and it's not that heavy. It's kind of bulky and unruly, but we'd be happy to pass it to you, and if you want to look closer at the samples. And then if there's any specific questions on where the material exists, it's consistent with what we've told you in the past. As Mr. Teague said before, it's high-quality materials, brick, stucco, stone, metal panel, and it's in very similar locations to what we've talked to you before about. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, Mr. Russeth, I think Member Swenson has a question for you.
Have you changed anything in the building since the last time we looked at it?
Mayor Hovland, Councilmember Swenson, no, we have not.
Okay, and why don't you put that material panel up so that we can get a picture of it and put it on the television, because we're going to hold you to that material panel? And if you want to take a couple minutes and point out the different pieces that are going to be used in the different parts of the building, that's, I know, it's not great color, and it's the best we get for...
No problem.
But
on the top area here, these are the brick combinations. And so if you look at your packages, the elevations generally indicate a buff color, but there's 3 different tones and textures to that buff color. So these will be, there'll be a percentage of each one of these bricks that we specify for that area. And this area is another brick, more of a red color. And then this actually has, this last one has a little bit of a sheen to it, but we believe works really consistent with that overall composition of brick material. These 2 samples here are cast stone, which will be both decorative pieces that transition between brick and other materials, and also is highlights in different portions of the building. These are architectural precast panels. These are essentially on the sides where loading dock and garage exists, and we have 2 different, they're kind of tone-on-tone colors. One has a little bit more pronounced aggregate, and the other is more of a flat panel. And so the combination of those we think will really look nice together. 2 different colors of metal panel. A dark bronze window. This is the storefront that would be part of the retail area. These are the 2 colors that will be part of the cement fiberboard. This is a signage band here, which is a composite aluminum panel with a wood veneer, composite wood veneer over the top of it, cladding. This is a sample of the cement fiberboard, which is just here for texture. These are the actual colors of that. And then our 2 stucco samples on the bottom.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Carrie, where is the materials board as part of this approval? Oh, there it is. Under approval, now therefore, building materials board is presented to the planning. So this is the one to the planning commission, and then, so we don't need to date that. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Member Brindle.
Member Brindle.
We are getting lots of questions about erosion control and stormwater right now. So I'm looking at this, and it looks to me like there's about a 5 foot, maybe 6 foot between the crown of the lot and the curb, and it looks to be about that same thing on all sides. Am I reading that correctly?
The site elevations from one end to the next change between 6 and 8 feet. And so
okay.
The temporary erosion control that will have to happen just for excavation during construction will be one temporary mediation response in terms of not having erosion happen and go out into the neighboring streets. The permanent erosion control and stormwater management plan is to have 100% site retainage on site. So currently that doesn't exist and runs off in the storm
right.
through the parking lot, and it is part of a requirement, but also the project, we will have 100% site retainage of that stormwater, which will meet the flow rate as well back into the storm that's required by the city.
And Councilmember Brindle, part of this is being recalculated right now by Civil with the advancements that we made in response from Planning Commission to the sidewalks along Xerxes. And I think to also answer your question, the Crown is basically at the division between the end of the commercial site and the residential sites. The site itself is not lifted in comparison to north, west, or south.
Okay.
There's just that slope differential that happens on that Xerxes side that we've incorporated into the plan.
Okay. And what we're seeing is a lot of washing out of soil, so anything you can do to hold that back and keep an eye on it, especially on that Xerxes side, because you got a lot of eyes who are going to watch this.
No doubt.
Now, looking at the underground measures, reinforced concrete underground storage system. So there's a system, and is that water that's going to be used for things, or is that water that's going to be eventually retained and then put into the stormwater system?
Councilmember Brindle, I'm not a civil engineer, but I'll try to answer that the best that I can. A groundwater underground tank will take the excess water during any rain event and will fill the tank and allow sediment from that water to essentially go to the bottom of the tank. That tank needs to be cleaned out, I believe, yearly. And the concept is that you reduce your rate of release into your stormwater infrastructure to the city,
right,
while you're also letting the larger particles of stormwater fall into the site and tank. And so that is what is 100% site retainage that I was talking about before, and then a low flow rate back into your system.
All right, and so when we're looking at the other picture here of underground infiltration basin, that then is part of that same system? They
Correct.
aren't two different systems?
Correct. One,
okay.
If we may want to ask the city engineer to help explain this better than I am, but one is a filtration system that will actually let water percolate back into the water table and soils, and the other is the tank, which will, and there's two requirements that we have to meet as part of your engineering requirements. I hope I answered that okay.
Very close, yeah. One's for infiltrating water in through the soil to replenish the groundwater. The other one's to pick sediment, like you mentioned. And it all goes through the watershed permitting process also, so they have requirements for both of that.
All right. And then I noticed somewhere in here the mention of seeding, putting down grass seed to reduce erosion as well.
As part of our full landscape plan, we will certainly be seeding. During erosion control, if the civil engineer made a comment in there for temporary measures to,
I thought he did,
which would have been his attempt again to limit the amount of erosion during the construction activity, which will be about 16 months plus or minus.
Okay. All right. And then during construction, it's going to be gated, secured?
The site will be gated.
Will it be lit?
It will be lit at different levels during construction.
Well,
within the building and outside of the building, depending on where we're at in the construction sequencing.
Yeah, and security lighting?
Correct.
I actually think is a very good idea. It will make the site more secure. Things happen. So lighting can help it be more secure. You know, I am concerned about lighting with regard to residents to the east, but that's temporary and it's security, and I think that overrides that. It is temporary and it's important. So I would welcome that.
Yeah, Councilmember Lennar follows pretty strict standards on security and lighting to make sure that we provide the most secure area for both our development and the neighboring community.
Great, thank you.
Member Sprague.
What kind of bike amenities do you have inside the building? I see you have some bike racks, but is there personal bike storage or servicing?
Yes, there is. Councilmember Sprague, if you look at near the loading dock area, there's a large interior bike storage that we're looking at right now on where it can be best accessed. Right now it's through the garage, and that's where that loading will come through, so it's a little bit separated from the residence. But it is on that ground level of the garage right near that loading entrance and exit, so they could easily exit and enter out of the building with their bikes right onto the sidewalk path.
Is it 1-to-1 ratio?
Don't know.
In other words, 240.
Yeah.
It's we have a lot of bike storage areas. I don't have the count in front of us. It's on our title sheet, T1.1.
Can you go through the parking lot landscape package as well?
Councilmember Sprague, are you specifically referring to the plant species? And
yeah, I'm looking at the planting plan.
Okay. I apologize, I'm not the right person to ask this. We should have brought our civil engineer and landscape architect, it looks like. The concept overall at our level is we wanted to create low, medium, and then high density, meaning tree canopy foliage across the site. And so there would be the plantscape that would relate to a very pedestrian level on the ground plane.
Do you have that graphic you can show?
And then continue. Here's a graphic illustration. I'll get to your site plan in a second, but I think this illustrates that it's both a combination of colored plants and then deciduous and coniferous type vegetation. So you have both a winter green, if you will, and then definitely seasonal with the colored plants. We do have that site plan. I'll bring it up in a second.
That's the one. It's kind of hard to see on that.
Did you want me to zoom in to an area?
If you can. Just was a nice graphic representation of the package that went in, and the full color rendering gives you a little bit better idea. But I like the variety of the species that was put in. Now, can you walk me through your York Avenue sidewalk and landscape iteration, how you got there from where we were before, the 1 foot of aggregate and so on? Just walk me through that.
Will do. The site section from York into the parking lot went through several iterations, and I think what we're demonstrating tonight, as I said before, is very similar to the Whole Foods section quality. In previous discussions with you, we had talked about breaking, because we moved the building back 10 feet and then also gained another 2 feet by essentially squishing the building. We picked up 2 more feet along York to be able to play in section in terms of how large the sidewalk would be to the vegetation. And I think, I don't remember if it was you or somebody had suggested that we break that up where we would have plantings on the parking lot side as well as a boulevard on the York side. And the city engineer felt most comfortable that this being implemented at Whole Foods with in working very well, that we follow that trend in terms of just this specific northwest section quality of York. Should I keep talking going into the site?
Except, well, they had more land to work with because they have between the parking lot and the setback, so they had a little more to play with. But essentially, at the end of the day, you went with the boulevard. Is it 7 or 8?
Let me pull up that section.
And then a 7 foot sidewalk and 1 foot of aggregate. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Yep.
Okay. So we erred on the side of further buffering from the intense traffic to the pedestrian, which I think was the right move in this particular, with that amount of right-of-way that we had to work with.
Correct, Member Sprague. I worked with them, and we had the limited amount of space. The Hennepin County has a minimum setback, as shown on the graphic, of 6 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So we only had about a 2-foot space for green between the sidewalk and that curb, and just not enough room to establish any plantings. So we shifted the sidewalk over a foot to give us more room to establish more of a buffer on York Avenue and match some of those plantings and landscaping that's done by Whole Foods and Starbucks down along France. So we felt that was better to really get that separation from traffic on York Avenue.
My last question is on the 10% over state energy code guidelines savings. How do you inform the city staff about progress on that objective? What's the communication?
Councilmember Sprague, currently in your zoning applications and ultimately your building permit, we aren't required to technically give you those, but we certainly can. We're working with White Group right now and doing energy modeling and looking at different ways that we can meet and exceed code. And so each one of those bundle strategies are things that we're taking very seriously right now. And ultimately that comes out with a final report and then a selection by Lennar of what they want to do. And we'd be more than happy to share that with the city at the end of the day.
Yeah, Member Sprague, we don't have anything in place for the communication with the city of that information, but happy to explore what you prefer on how we do that. And as we've said before, Lennar is a long-term hold company. We're going to build this and manage it as well. So it's in our vested interest to make sure that we meet those requirements that we're setting now, design this appropriately, and make sure that we hit those marks, because it's in interest to everybody. So,
since that's an aspirational goal, I think the feedback is important. And when we started to set these type of goals on the Byerly's project, I know we requested from the applicant that Carrie be, this is with Excel program, that Carrie be CC'd in the communications, so he had an idea of the progress. So something along those lines, some communication chain, I think would be a best practice. So that's more of a comment at this point.
If Carrie doesn't mind more emails from me, that's fine.
Thank you.
He has a folder for you.
Sure he does. Is it called trash?
I wasn't going to add anything.
Okay.
Member Bennett.
I have questions about 3 topics. So Member Brindle was discussing security lighting during construction, and did I hear a 16-month construction period?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to me, that's not a brief period of time, and anything that can be done to minimize the impact of that lighting on people across the street, those homes across the street, I think will be really important. Understanding that your company has strict standards, I think it's going to be still important to recognize that you're across the street from single-family homes that don't have much elevation above you. And then a second question is, I don't see anything in the conditions regarding construction traffic on Xerxes. Other members of the council, is there any intention to do what we've done for our residents? And what are you going to do about construction traffic on Xerxes?
There should not be construction traffic on Xerxes. That should come off of York, and that's where our gate entrances to this site would be.
Okay, then you'd be amenable to a condition to that effect being
Yes.
added to the conditions? Okay.
That would include not only traffic but parking?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. And the third question that I have is regarding earlier in the process, we were having some discussion about affordable housing. And I understand that that was not something you wanted to see, any requirement of a percentage of units. We had some brief discussion, actually from this dais, about some kind of affordable housing dedication fees. I don't know if that was ever developed at a city staff level. I know that I did speak with staff members about it. Is that a completely moot topic?
It was not developed. It was not developed, and we're still continuing to talk with city attorney about how and when we insert that kind of requirement into our PUD.
Is it appropriate to mention that Richfield asked that it be removed?
It is. Councilmember Brindle has mentioned.
Would you speak up?
I just asked if it was appropriate to mention this, but City of Richfield asked us to remove that.
Sure, and I think given the fact that we identify PUD, the flexibility of PUD is supposed to serve the applicant in terms of what they get to build, and it's also supposed to serve the city in what it obtains in movement toward its comprehensive plan goals. And given the fact that in 2008 we adopted a housing goal of 212 new affordable units, and I do not know that we've had one constructed so far.
They're not included in this project, and in an answer to your question, Councilmember Bennett, about have we yet developed a affordable housing fee that we can then use to fund and build affordable housing somewhere else? We've discussed that conceptually with council members, but we have not yet decided on what that fee might be and how it might be used, and so it is not part of this.
Sure, and backing up again just a second, I think it's great that we're discussing things like sustainability, and I appreciate the design changes, but I think that when we talk about city goals, 212 is a big goal. In spending the time that I was asked to spend this past week with the minutes from the comprehensive plan process, I noted that at the very end, on December 2nd, 2008, our disagreement was over whether we were going to have a goal of 212 or 500. And to have had that be the disagreement, to have settled on 212 and not to have moved that dial a unit by 2014 when we've had PUDs in front of us seems to me regrettable. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, can I just add a corollary to that discussion? We also met with the East Edina Housing Foundation and talked about developing an affordable housing policy, and we have not gotten that draft or whatever back, that recommendation back. So that would be another component to this overarching theme.
We don't need a policy. When we're granting PUDs and we're making the exceptions and the comp plan changes that we're making, we don't need a policy, we just need courage. And so to talk about something and not ever require it, to me, indicates more interest in talking about it than actually doing something about it.
Any other questions for Mr. Chmielewski or Mr. Russett? All right, gentlemen, if you would sit down and stand by.
Thank you for your time.
We have some things that occur here. We may need to have you come back up for some answers. I'm going to open this matter up for a public hearing. If there is anyone that wishes to come forward and testify, please feel free to come forward.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Member Swinson.
I'd like to move resolution 2014-69 and waive second reading.
Second.
Does that include the addition of condition 15?
I think that was
Include the construction traffic ban and construction parking ban on Xerxes.
Yes, I would be amenable to having that as condition 15, member.
Yes,
Brindle.
please. Yep.
Also, on condition 7, attempts must be made to meet an energy savings goal of 10%. I would add the language over state energy code guidelines.
Say it again, please.
On condition 7,
Mm-hmm.
attempts must be made to meet an energy savings goal of 10% over state energy code guidelines. That's how we wrote that condition in before for Byerly's.
It's a soft request, right?
Yes. I'm just
He
adding.
just wants to have a frame of reference for the 10% goal.
Correct.
Yeah.
You want to use the same wording we used with Byerly's?
Yep, because it gives it a good frame of
That's-
reference.
that's
as to what
fine
we're
then.
going- Are you okay with
Yep,
that?
that's
Okay.
fine.
All right, so you just add the words after 10% on 7 over state energy guidelines.
State energy code guidelines.
Thank you. All right, got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. This is with respect to resolution 2014-69. Roll call, please. This is second reading. Roll call. Waiver, second reading.
So, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, are we taking action on both the resolution and the ordinance? At
No.
this time?
No, the ordinance hasn't been moved yet.
Okay.
They're
thank
two
you.
separate.
Okay, all right. Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Nay.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye.
And
Ordinance 2014-6. Is there a
I'm going to
motion?
move that and waive second reading.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Nay.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right. Gentlemen, good luck. And,
I look forward to shovels in the ground.
Yeah. And we've got a continuing relationship with those neighbors over there. You're going to be right there, so work well with them. Thank you.
I will comment that this project does give to the City of Richfield School District eventually almost $350,000 a year in additional school taxes, of which point currently the Richfield budget, 35% of it comes from Edina property that is taxed for the Richfield School District. So this ultimately has a benefit to the City of Richfield, of which they have only 10% of their students from the Edina part of their school district.
Thank you. All right, we are on now to community comment. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and address the council with respect to a matter that is not on the agenda this evening? Is there a person becoming a familiar face? Mr. Lorenz, if I remember correctly.
Frank Lorenz, 7501 York Avenue. Before you start the timer, I'd like to I intended to make a comment about a matter of bicycling and children, and specifically that was broached at the council meeting 2 weeks ago. But reading the instructions in the community comment, it says that new issues that haven't been considered in the past 30 days. Am I able to say something about children and bicycling, even though it was mentioned 2 weeks ago?
I think the most important thing, Mr. Lorenz, is that you try not to comment, that you do not comment on something that's otherwise on the agenda this evening.
Okay, well, the other, unfortunately, that doesn't get me out of the tight spot, because Roman numeral 8, item D, about which I know nothing, says approve Edina Active Routes to School Comprehensive Plan. Is that bicycling?
It's a combination of things.
Well, I don't know.
It's primarily go ahead.
All right, fine. In any event, at the council meeting 2 weeks ago, the discussion was about whether bicycling should be allowed on the sidewalks, and the chief of police your chief of police was here. He's tactful to a fault, but I heard loud and clear that he was telling you that he didn't have the manpower or the woman power or the staff to enforce no bicycling on the commercial streets. I guess my concern is as follows. It seems to me anecdotally that generally there are residential sidewalks in the section of Edina moving west to Highway 100, and generally there aren't residential sidewalks when you get on the western side of Highway 100. There will obviously be exceptions, but in the early 1950s, the population of Minneapolis was 525,000, but you had 3 generations of people living in housing that was built before 1930. As the builders got a hold of it and built in Bloomington and Richfield, people moved out of Minneapolis into the suburbs. But at that time, in the early 1950s, there were 1/5 the number of cars in Hennepin and Ramsey counties that there are today. That makes a much more crowded environment for people of any age to ride their bicycles. But I have nothing against bicycling. It's a wonderful aerobic exercise, and for an aging population, it's a non-impact exercise. So that's all fine. But if you intend to encourage elementary school children to ride their bicycles to school, I think to a certain extent you're subjecting them to an environment so dangerous that you really shouldn't do it. I don't know the names of the two elementary schools, but there's one a couple blocks north of Vernon Avenue near Tracy, and there's another school down Tracy 4 or 5 blocks. Vernon Avenue is extremely busy. People are driving, they're in a hurry, they're texting and everything else that's illegal to do. Children are going to get killed if you encourage them to bicycle to school. And if they don't have sidewalks in their residential neighborhood, they're going to have to ride in the street. So,
yeah, thanks, Mr. Lorenz. Appreciate the input. All right, anyone else for community comment? All right, we'll move on to the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. Manager Neal, first matter is request for purchase 2014-15 city insurance contracts, which I think there's some sensitivity to this in terms of timing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, there is. I'm going to ask Lisa Schaefer, our HR director, to come up to the podium at this time. She managed a competitive quote process that we want to discuss with you tonight. Our policy does, new policy year does start July 1st, so we do need a council action on this item tonight. The reason it comes to you as late as it does is that it does take a while to receive proposals, analyze them, make sure we're comparing apples to apples as best we can. It's difficult in the insurance world, particularly when they want to price things all the way up to the last minute. So, Lisa, if you'd like to walk us through this, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Manager Neal. As you know, and as was in the report, we received proposals from both Travelers and LMCIT, and for the past several years, we've looked at both of these companies. LMCIT, as you know, being a self-insured insurance trust. When we look at just premiums, this year LMCIT did come in at a more favorable premium at a total package. They do have higher deductibles, but based on our past deductible history or past claims history, we feel that overall LMCIT will still be cheaper, but more importantly, it will provide broader coverage in terms of general liability and overall broader coverage on the property casualty side.
Could you explain that in a little bit more detail, please?
Absolutely, Mayor. As was in the report, there's basically two major differences in coverage that we looked at in consultation with our city attorney as well. Those main categories being, first of all, the liability limits, where LMCIT has no annual aggregate limit for basically any general police liability employment claim. It does have a $1.5 million $1.5 million limit for each occurrence, where with Travelers it's $1.5 million for most of those in each category. So what that means is, for example, if we had 2 lawsuits related to police liability, Travelers would max out their coverage at $1.5 million for the total of all of those claims. The other major difference in coverage is the coverage for non-monetary claims, and so where that comes in is if there is a claim that really isn't seeking monetary damage, but it's maybe seeking a legal challenge. So usually that's going to come into play in the areas of land use with eminent domain, or in employment situations where maybe they're seeking reinstatement, but not necessarily payment for damages. And then, of course, the third thing that we looked at was really the League of Minnesota Insurance Trust being a collection of cities. Cities are members in the league. They earn dividends based on claims experience and are able to work more cooperatively with cities on issues of mutual concern.
Member Sprague.
Can you expound on dividends based on claim experience?
If it's all right, I think I might defer to one of our LMCIT representatives.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, my name is Dan Greenswag. I'm the Assistant Administrator of the Insurance Trust. With me are Liam Beaver and Elizabeth Rosandich, who are underwriting managers back there. They're the ones who primarily worked on this proposal for you, and I think can go through it in as much detail as you'd like. So perhaps, Liam, if you'd like to explain a little bit about how the dividend calculations work and accrue over time.
Sure. So our board will make a decision on a dividend amount each year, typically in the fall. We've returned a dividend almost every year in the property and casualty program. We rarely return dividends in the workers' comp program. Last year, we returned a $10 million dividend in the P&C program. The way we apportion that is we look at the history of premiums that each city has paid into the program, and all of the losses that they've paid into the program since they've been with us too. And we cap out like some large losses, but basically it looks at your loss ratio, and then we apportion the premium that way, or the dividend that way.
So you're rewarded for less losses?
You're rewarded for less losses, and you're also rewarded for longevity in the program.
We have none.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Bruce Swenson.
No, I was just going to make a comment. If it's longevity, and this is our first experience with you, we wouldn't have a whole lot of points for that. What other cities in the League of Minnesota Cities uses your insurance?
The majority of the cities in Minnesota are insured with the League of Minnesota Cities Insurance Trust. I think we've got 815 cities. The larger cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Duluth, are large enough where it makes sense for them to self-insure, so they don't buy insurance, and they're not with the insurance trust. And then there are a small number of really small cities.
So who around us, other than Minneapolis and St. Paul?
St. Louis Park, Richfield, Bloomington, Eden Prairie.
Okay.
Minnetonka?
Minnetonka. Well, all of the metro
them.
suburbs, I guess.
All the MLC cities?
Yep.
Member Bennett?
To that point, Mayor, when years ago during budget cutting, we were looking at our membership in metro cities, one of the things that was questioned by some people providing advice was, were we getting benefit from the insurance program? And previously we're not, but I appreciate the work on the proposal. It looks good to me.
Thank you. Member Brindle?
One piece of this that I appreciate is the rider for volunteers, the volunteer accident rider. We have got a number of boards and commissions who are active. Some are active out in the community doing a variety of things. What kinds of things are covered by the volunteer accident rider?
Yeah, the volunteer accident coverage is it's intended for volunteers that aren't eligible for workers' compensation. There are certain volunteers, public safety volunteers, volunteer firefighters, EMTs.
Would this be board and commission members?
Well, I guess I'll get there.
Okay.
Certain types of volunteers are eligible for workers' comp benefits. No, this coverage is for volunteers that aren't eligible, typically volunteers that are doing city projects or helping with city events. The benefits are nowhere near as broad as workers' comp. There's a disability benefit, a death benefit, and then there's an optional medical benefit. And I think in the proposal, the recommendation was for the medical benefit, which is, it's only $1,000 per injury, and that's really intended to cover the injured party's deductible and just minor first aid. And so you had a question on boards and commissions. Well, I guess the coverage is really for volunteers. I guess if the board
if they're on the way somewhere, let's say for example that they're on commission business and they're driving somewhere and have an accident, Understandably, they've got auto insurance, but if needed, does this kick in that instance?
I think your council members and your members of your boards and commissions, you can elect to cover them by, for workers' comp. You need to pass a resolution or ordinance. That's going to be a better route anyway. The workers' comp benefits are far broader, and I'm not sure if Edina has elected to cover their boards.
I mean, a board and commission member isn't going to be eligible for workers' comp.
Well, but that's what he's saying. We may be able to make that happen by structuring the ordinance the right way.
Okay. So what would this cover?
What would the volunteer accident cover? It would be for the volunteers that aren't eligible for workers' comp.
Okay. All right. In general. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, it's coverage that I think would be really nice to have, and I like the price point for basically the security that we can provide the hundreds of people who are working on our behalf. So, thank you.
Yeah. I'll move this.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Discussion. I had a question here. Schaefer, on your report, you had a footnote. Based on the average annual deductible the city would have paid under each proposal using the past 5 years of loss history, which is shown on a chart. The 5-year average with LMCIT would have been $81,375. Travelers would have been about half of that amount.
Correct.
So that seems to me to be a significant issue here that merits some conversation. And so why don't you comment?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. When we looked at the past history and what we would have paid, that definitely is a significant difference, where under LMCIT, while this year they came in with lower premiums, the deductible arrangement is very different than under Travelers. So under Travelers, you have a deductible for each and every occurrence. So if we look at the liability rate, for example, for police liability, there's a $10,000 deductible per occurrence. For employment, it would be $25,000. For property, $25,000. The way the league is structured is that it's a $50,000 deductible per occurrence, but that is maxed at a $100,000 aggregate cap per all deductibles in the property and casualty area. So under that scenario, if we had 3 claims and 2 were $50,000, we would reach our limit with the first 2 claims, and then every claim after that, we would pay $1,000 per claim. So with LMCIT, the upfront deductibles are front-loaded in the beginning of the year, but when we factored in both the deductibles and the premiums, we do believe, and with the dividends, we do believe that we would save money with LMCIT. But we really also felt as staff that the bigger difference was with the differences in coverage. So the broader spectrum of liability coverage that exists now versus what we have received with Travelers.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No. And this is an annual contract?
Yes, it is.
Mayor, if I could just say a word. I've had substantial experience with LMCIT. There's so many intangibles. Just as an example, as you're all aware, many, or maybe most by now, cities have been sued on driver's license and looking at driver's licenses. When you have, since all the cities, it's happening to all the cities, and you have one law firm that's assigned to that, they have tremendous expertise, and they have all the forms ready. They have the advice ready, and it's good to go. And it gets more efficient, and it's more effective, and you're really getting top-notch defense on that situation. And the same in land use in other areas. They only provide insurance to Minnesota cities and some townships. And so they have the expertise. And so when a land use case comes up, they've seen these kind of things. They know how to handle them. And maybe even it sounds strange, but There's a difference when you call LMCIT about a claim and talk to them. They aren't trying to figure out a way why there is no coverage. They are very responsive, and they're very, very good to work with.
All right. We, all those in favor of awarding the 2014-15 city insurance contract to LMCIT, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, Council, if I may, I just want to thank you very much. We're delighted to have you joining us as members, and we look forward to working with all of you and your staff and your community.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Flood protection and clean water improvement study update.
We have
excuse me. Yep. I jumped by Bill Neuendorf, the RFI, request for interest for development partner for the property we call the old public works site in the Grandview neighborhood. Mr. Neuendorf, welcome back.
Thank you. This evening, I have an agenda item that responds to a lot of past conversation at the City Council and with an advisory team. As most people will recall, for the last several years, the city has been working with advisory teams made up of residents and business owners over in Grandview to bring some change to that area. Most recently in 2012, the development framework was adopted to set up a concept vision for that district, and we've been talking about moving forward for quite some time now. More than a year ago, the City Council discussed a variety of strategies to begin to implement some of the items in that framework, and the request for interest process was identified as the vehicle to find a suitable development partner to start framing some of the next steps in that district. Also about a year ago, a community advisory team was reconvened and has met regularly to discuss a variety of topics about Grandview, about how to issue an RFI. That advisory team had a lot of difficult conversations, raised a lot of concerns, a lot of questions about how to move forward in the best way for the community. In March of this year, the advisory team completed their task, and they submitted to the council for consideration 2 versions of an RFI document. At this point, I think it's very worth noting the valuable contribution that group of folks has made to the discussion to bring us to this point. At this point in time, their task is complete, and their role can be concluded. At the direction set at our May 20th work session, staff, myself, and others have finished up the RFI document. We started with the template that the CAT submitted to us. There were some areas where there were some questions, some comments, some wording that was vague. Based on best industry practices, we filled in some of those gaps. And attached to the presentation this evening is the proposed request for interest to find and select a development partner for that site. So at this point, I'd like to recommend that this RFI be issued so that this site can be fully explored, the alternatives can be explored, and that we can find a suitable partner using an open and transparent process. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposal in front of you.
Questions for Director Neuendorf. Manager Neal, first of all, comment, I guess.
Your Honor and members of the council, I think the only thing I would like to add to what Mr. Neuendorf had to say was that when we chose the methodology of the RFI, that methodology in and of itself is flexible, right? So we're not here to actually write and approve a development contract tonight. What we're here to do is to approve something that provides enough structure to kind of attract potential developers, but also enough vagary that we have something to discuss as we go along. It's in many ways we think it's analogous to a design build kind of a process in the construction world. So there will be a time where we're going to need to fly spec a very important development agreement, but that time is after we reach some kind of an agreement with somebody, and this is more akin to marketing materials than anything else.
Thank you. One of the questions I have deals with the Phase 1, Phase 2 process. It's always been my feeling that when you went out to look for a potential development partner and see what they had to offer, that you couldn't really achieve the end result you wanted in terms of the highest and best use for property in the so-called Grandview district without having a potential developer look at both the public works site and the school bus garage site. And so I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that any discussion involving Phase 2, which is the school bus garage, will take place separately. To me, they've been inextricably linked, and you can't really tackle one without the other, because there are a variety of public uses and private uses that could occupy in whole or in part one parcel or the other. I don't know if anybody else has thoughts along those lines. Member Swenson.
I would agree with you if we owned both sites, but we don't. And I think that's the problem.
Yeah, my understanding was that we had the permission and cooperation of the school district to look for possibilities with respect to their property.
Your Honor and members of the council, we do, but implicit in that cooperation was that they weren't ceding control of that ownership of that land to us. They wanted their own separate process where they would consider development proposals, and we simply don't have that tight of an agreement at this point that we can represent to potential development partners that we represent that land.
So when I first got on the council, it wasn't long thereafter that the Grandview Square project came up, and there was some condemnation involved in that, and we had, I think we did an RFP process, and we interviewed a bunch of different developers, but some of them came with projects outside the scope of the 8-acre parcel, if I remember my acreage numbers right. So some people had ideas about a light rail station down on that old Warner property that Our Lady of Grace now owns. And it seemed like that got the council really thinking about a broader vision. And this whole thing has been about a broader vision. So it's my belief that at least in the form of maybe like I don't know if a bid alternate would be the right kind of language, but I mean, it seems to me you want to encourage people to be looking at both pieces of property. Even if we don't have the school's permission to do anything with their property, understandably, how are we going to know if there are any good ideas out there unless we let somebody address that possibility in terms of coming to us with ideas that might have some traction, both with us and the school district? Member Bennett, you're contemplating something there.
I am contemplating, and Mayor, you are, I think, widening in scope, and I want to bring the focus back just for a second to what's in front of us and what's been done in the past. And Manager Neuendorf, I appreciate the reference to a development framework, because I was listening to a planning commission discussion recently where one planning commissioner asked why the name had been changed from small area plan back to development framework and why it wasn't made part of the comprehensive plan. And I brought with me this evening the small area plan template that has been developed for Valley View and Wooddale. And it's my understanding that when that process concludes, that will be the first small area plan that the city has. So again, I appreciate your use of nomenclature. and elements that they are proposing will follow the same general outline as the comprehensive plan, content including vision, goals, and objectives, neighborhood profile, land use and community design, which we've discussed earlier this evening in terms of density and height and the like. And with the framework, those are not specified, correct?
That's correct. The development framework stops short of coming up with complete detail for that district.
Well, in fact, my recollection of it is that it shows some colored renderings, artistic, but that it depicts visually, depicts visually and not specifically.
That's correct. The development framework has a lot of renderings for each site for the whole district. It has a lot of narrative that identifies goals and ways to do things. But as speaking as a member of that committee, when I was not on staff, the final document seemed to coalesce what could be agreed upon by consensus of the 50-plus people involved at the time. And when it came to fleshing out precise details of exactly how many feet or how many stories for which specific site, at that time the group wasn't able to get to that level of specificity. That's still one of the items that we as a community, as a city, need to finish as we anticipate future redevelopment in that whole district.
And thank you, and that I guess is my point, is that we really don't have a small area plan. We don't have those specifications that have been guiding development in other areas that were tied into what the Met Council is saying we have capacity for in the system, or at least we know what we're going to need to change to bring that in. And so that's I appreciate the clarity, in this. Oh, one last point. I guess to those renderings, it's my strong memory that nothing depicted in those renderings was over 6 stories in height. Understanding that there were higher heights that were discussed, but they're not in the narrative, nor are they in the drawing, the renderings that were the subject of public comment before this body unanimously approved the framework in 2012.
To my recollection, I haven't counted each story of each site, but it's in that range, in that 6-ish story range.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Sprague.
Why is there no reference to the survey in the RFI?
There is on page 5.
May have missed it.
One of the last paragraphs, additional information. That paragraph lists a number of additional studies, including the resident survey that was finished. One of the goals of this document was brevity. There's lots of other information that's relevant to any potential partner in this project. So on our website, we expect to have all that information available. The community facility inventory, the recent resident survey. We've also done preliminary traffic and infrastructure studies that will also be made available.
It was just such a generic term. I didn't know if it was referring to that specific survey or not. The other thing is why I sat here a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Braemar Master Planning Task Force, and Manager Neal said one of the best uses of a community advisory team is to select a consultant. So why is the CAT not being used to make a recommendation on the consultant? I see here it says complete. I'm sorry, not on the consultant, but on the development partner. It says complete submittals will be evaluated by an ad hoc selection team.
Well, no, the city council is going to interview. The way I read this, city council is going to interview the selected responders. Yeah, so maybe there's a
they'll select, but my question to staff is
cut before we interview.
My question to staff is, in this staff report, it's thanking the CAT and disbanding the CAT, and why were they not considered to be included in the recommendation process for the development partner?
That certainly could be a possibility. Ultimately, the decision for selecting a partner is that of the city council. And at this point, as we transition from discussing the RFI and the different concepts, and do we go down the consulting and planning stage, or do we go down the development partner phase, or going down that route instead? This seems to be a good time to make that transition from advisory team to council. So what we were suggesting in the document was that the first cut of the responses would be reviewed by staff, by relevant staff that would have a role in this. At this point, I would imagine that would be a representative from community development, from parks and recreation, from engineering, and from administration. So the internal staff would review the responses, make sure they're complete. If there's any that are stragglers, we would put those on the wayside and then schedule the rest for interviews. But at this point, it's really a city council decision, and that's our recommendation.
I guess I still don't understand why the body that drafted the RFI wouldn't be included in making some type of recommendation. I understand we're always the decisional body. I mean, for the master plan, for the Fred repurposing, for all the different things we go through, we're always the last say, but we usually have a recommendation from the community advisory team, whatever form that comes, as to what we should do. So I don't understand why that best practice was not included here.
Member Swenson?
I don't think we've followed any particular ironclad path, and I felt that at this point it is up to us to make some decisions. We've allowed this group to continue. They got to a point where they were at a standstill. I think that tells us it is time for us to step in. We probably should have stepped in earlier. We chose not to. So I support this path.
I've got a concern about the first cut, if you will, this ad hoc selection team deciding who we're going to interview. You know, I think it might be a better idea, because this is such an important project. It's been going on for so long. Some thought being given to a variation of what we did with the task force for Braemar, and that was we all got the materials and we each made our choices. I'm actually thinking we ought to do it differently than that, by all getting together and having a conversation about everybody that responded. Yeah, and then winnow it down. They use the council to winnow it down to the final interview prospects.
Your Honor, I think we could make that happen for you, and in that process, I felt really good about that process, to come to with the Braemar Master Plan process, where staff could come to you and kind of share our observations and feelings about the potential makeup of that committee. We could do the same in this group as well. We could, I think, the value we would be able to bring to the selection process in this case is, I think we would be in a position to be able to sort out the bona fide development teams from those who aren't so bona fide, and then you have the ability to select that. We could do that same kind of screening and share that information with you in the setting that you just described.
Mm-hmm. With regard to Member Sprague's comments, I think they're interesting, but then I'm sitting here thinking, well, wait a minute, we just had 12 people serve on the most recent CAT, but before that we had 52 people on the big CAT. And before that, we had like 21 people that sat in here for about 8 months that you could have called a CAT too. So who comes and helps you pick out of all of those folks? If they want to sit in, it seems to me that that's fine. It's a public meeting anyway. But I don't know. How would you? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, they drafted the RFI. They're the most closely related to the document itself. So all they would do is they'd hear the slate of candidates or see the slate of candidate applications, and they'd make an initial recommendation. It's just another piece of data that goes into that group that winnows it down, whether it's council and staff or however it's composed. It's just another piece of data that comes in from the CAT, and it seems to be a natural end to their work.
Which CAT?
The CAT that drafted and proposed the RFIs, plural.
So not the one that did the framework?
No. And I don't think it's a stretch to suggest that the body that drafted the instrument that's being used as selected development partner would make a recommendation. I don't think that's a stretch. I think that's what we do in practice anyhow.
Member Brindle, what are your thoughts on that issue of, whether to disband the CAT per staff recommendation, now let them participate in some form or fashion in the selection of a potential development partner? What do you
Well,
think?
I would like to see us move forward and conclude the work of the CAT. That's not to say it's not appreciated. That's not to say that the people who are here tonight and interested in this haven't influenced this process in a positive way and moved us to where we are, which now finally we can get some ideas on. As to who helps winnow down the RFIs that are received, looking at the group that started this and then the group of 52, if it was 52, whatever, those were highly skilled people. And I would not want to exclude people in that group who did not happen to serve on the most recent CAT of 12. I would not want to exclude those people. So that's it. And as you say, it's a public meeting.
Yeah.
It's a public meeting. They can participate. But I don't want to, this has been going on since 2009. It's time to turn the corner and see what interest is out there. We had a point in time where we were going to look for help from a partner, and we chose Cunningham. One of the comments made at that time was they would need to agree to not be one of the developers. And I thought, that's a huge concession. For someone who chooses to consult, they're in on the whole process, and by doing that, they give up their ability to be one of those submitting the RFI. I don't think that consulting contract actually ever came to fruition, but that was a condition of it. So in looking at using a consultant, Jennifer Janove and I had email exchanges, and it's my understanding that they had a consultant in mind, and it was a person from HGA. I would not want to exclude them from this process at all. They've got enormous experience in municipal development and of public spaces, exactly what we're looking for. And so that really is my main reasoning for wanting to move forward with a development partner at this point. And it's not one partner at this point. It's whoever wants to respond. And then we find out who does fit what we're looking for best. And that decision is ultimately this group's, but doesn't mean we're not going to take input from people who are interested. That's where I am.
Member Brindle has raised an interesting question. If there were any consultants that we used that said that was all they were going to do, some written agreement that they would agree not to bid on any work that might come in the future, we should know that. But I don't recall Cunningham Group being excluded or anybody else from potentially participating and bidding, making a submission on this.
Your Honor, we had a brief conversation with Councilmember Brindle about this afternoon, and Mr. Neuendorf and I have a mutual recollection that there was a moment there in time where Cunningham was interested in writing this RFI for us, and they expressed some interest in doing that. And at that point, we told them, you can't write the RFI and then apply through the RFI process to be considered to be the development partner.
That makes sense.
And so they sort of backed off from that because I think they had some interest in maybe looking at this as a development opportunity later. So the RFI was largely in a conceptually written by the CAT and then refined into the format that you see here by staff.
I think the way you wrote this makes sense. I'm going to move that we authorize city staff to issue the request for interest for development partner and conclude the work of the Grandview Community Advisory Team.
Second.
Any further discussion? Member Sprague.
Yep. I'm going to vote against this because I maintain that the best practice for this last centrally located piece of public property is to further define the potential public uses, some of which we saw referenced in the survey, by an independent consultant before we hand it off to a private developer. And I understand the role of the private development world. I just think it's a question of the proper sequence. And I've discussed this idea before. Mm-hmm. And the other reason is that I think before you disband the CAT, they should at least be allowed to opine on the slate of candidates. It would cost us very little, in fact, nothing to do it. And it would be another piece of data that I think would be useful to the council in making this decision.
Are the applications public data?
Yes.
They would be. Yeah, I would think they would be. They couldn't opine if they...
Then can't they be available?
Certainly.
I don't see any reason not to have them available.
It's just a little different when they convene as a body, have a discussion, make a recommendation, and then disband versus having a general right to, as an individual, to make their feedback known through email or through written correspondence.
Member Bennett?
Thank you. I concur with my colleague, and I also think that, Mayor, your questions earlier about highest and best use and the involvement of the school property, the school bus site, shows that even though there has been a passage of time, that I don't think we're there yet with respect to our not only the definition of public use, but also the density and the height that we feel, that the community feels best serves it. And to turn that over to a developer, I think gives someone with much different motive and much different purpose than this public body control over a central piece of property in this city. Time is not always an enemy, and in some instances has led us to make better decisions. There are things that have been constructed on school property that were much better in Phase 2 than they would have been had they been constructed in Phase 1. So I will be voting against it also.
Member Brindle? Or have you had your say?
Oh, I've kind of had my say, but I do have something else to say. I actually do. I will vote in favor of this. But just a comment, I don't know if any of you have received the call from the school district survey. They're doing a survey about what to spend money on, what we would support. One of the items asked about in the survey is a new bus garage facility. There is no mention of a location. But they are asking the community for their input on whether in a referendum they would that the residents would recommend the bus garage being included in the improvements. So what that says to me, in a way, looking back at the Blue Ribbon Committee, is you have a variety of development opportunities, and in one of those is a new bus garage. So possibly this could lead to that marriage of how this combined site, even though we're just looking at the public works site for now, but the combined site could indeed incorporate a bus garage if in fact the school district is ready to move forward on that, if they have the funding and the support for it. Yeah, exactly. But I thought it was interesting that was part of the survey.
Yeah, thanks. Well, no one has control over this property but us. It's our property. And no developer is going to take over control of this property. We have a significant history with residents in our community coming from all over town, 52 of them on the Big Cat, that said we should have a mixture of public and private uses, and that's also what the survey said, residents in our community. So by exploring the possibilities with a developer or a development team about what might happen over there, we are ceding nothing in terms of control over that property. One of the things I want to do, I'm going to vote in favor of it too, but one of the things I want to make sure is that the RFI promotes the notion of creativity and innovation, because here we are. I look at this great little site plan you've got here on page 2 of your memo, and you see the possibilities for the lid right there between the Eden Avenue Bridge and the Vernon Bridge. And I hope that word on this has gotten out enough so some of the more creative thinkers in the development world are contemplating what might be through this whole area. And it'll be interesting to see, because if we can create more space, more availability of land around that lid, there's no telling what we can do in terms of public and private uses. It might unleash all sorts of possibilities. So I will just say in passing that I went to the LRT opening on Saturday morning at the Union Station, and I stood right next to Charlie Zelli from MnDOT, and I told him about the lid, and he thought it was a great idea. So that's one man at MnDOT, but nonetheless, it speaks to the possibilities here of what might be. The rest of these things that some folks are worried about in terms of height and density, those are things we can feel our way on as we go along. But I think the first step is there anybody out there that has a lot of creativity in them that can give us some ideas of a mix of public and private uses that might really work to move this to the next stage of development? Those are my thoughts.
Well, Mayor, before the advances too far, we might want to know what kind of density and height would be needed to make a lid work, and talk with the Sunny Slope neighborhood and other people likely to be impacted by something that close to them. So,
yeah, in the process, I think that'll happen. So I'll vote in favor of it too. We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried. Now, flood protection and clean water improvement study update. Mr. Bittner.
Really good if you need any nap possibilities, as I tried to read it in the middle of the afternoon. Hey, I woke up and read the second half. It's a lot of work. I got through it, but I had to nap midway through it.
This is like a comic book for Bittner, man. This is so exciting.
This is great.
And you're falling asleep to it.
Mr.
Wow.
Mayor, Council,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you. I'll be quick.
This is to Ross Bittner what the budget was to Jim Eichten, getting within 8,000 of the budget number.
All right. So this is a report on
Go to
the
it.
Comprehensive Water Resource Management Plan Flood Protection Clean Water Study that was authorized late last year or early this. Follows up on 6 different areas where there are really tough flood protection issues or flooding issues in the city. Those that need more study and synchronized well with either a municipal state aid or a neighborhood reconstruction project coming up in the next 5 years. It helps us plan for the future CIPs and to solve these issues in a time frame that we can we have some flexibility rather than being right under the gun in a neighborhood reconstruction project. So here we go. One of the bigger issues that this summarizes is we have a level of service and a level of protection understanding in our comprehensive water resource management plan. We're a first-ring suburb developing the majority in the late 40s, 50s, and 60s. At that time, engineers were designing flood protection and clean water infrastructure under an understanding of the previous 50 years of rainfall record. That's changed now. There's been a new update to the risk analysis. It's called No Atlas 14. This replaces our technical review 55. With the new record of data coming up, it's shown that there's an increasing amount or an increasing size of the big 50 and 100-year storms. So, for example, the 1% probability storm was 6.0 inches, now 7.5. I'll go over two case examples, areas 3 and 4 from this study, just to demonstrate some of the things that we were seeing, and then stand for your questions. One of the major ones is the Chowan and 60th area. This is our project area 3. Currently, this area is drained by a 24-inch pipe. The models show that there's flood risk, and neighborhood recollections are that the water does flood up onto the road on occasion. And if people remember it in the last 10 years on the road, the large events that they don't remember can be even higher. There's up to 23 homes at risk here and 5 detached garages in that large event. The process that we went through here was to update the model and then to start to look for solutions. Some of the solutions are tough and some of them are expensive. So this one we actually have an option that isn't outside the realm. Looking at the variety of options, some of the ones that we asked them to do that used a very intensive green streets, living streets approach just didn't make the cut because they weren't getting the homes out of the flooding area. So that's a quick summary of that one. I'll sum up on the last slide all the different recommendations, including this one. The other major issue is the Cahill and Dewey Hill intersection, and then Lewis Park to the northwest of that intersection. This area floods frequently. It's been flooded in the last couple weeks, I understand, with all the rain we're having. And then on the northeast side of that intersection is a major business and a major water user, FilmTech. Their loading garage and loading docks and lobby flood on occasion. They can remember at least 3 times in the last 10 years where they've had to replace parts of their lobby. That's a problem for them, obviously, but it's also a problem for us. Their loading dock drains directly to the sanitary sewer system, so that's a direct connection, inflow event for our sanitary sewer system on one of our major trunk lines. So here we see the overlap between the failure condition of both the sanitary sewer system and the stormwater system. So in summary, we have a lot of the competing demands for this, the water quality and flood protection, the stormwater utility. Many of our pipes are undersized to meet that level of service, the 10-year or the 10% probability storm. There are existing structures in these local floodplains that are outside of that FEMA floodplain land use decisions that we make. Getting better at communicating that flood risk and adapting to it is one of our key challenges. Prioritizing our limited dollars across the multiple service level is another ongoing challenge. And then how does that increasing density, even in the residential areas, affect the service level? The next steps here, there's still one piece of the study that's outstanding. We're monitoring water levels in low areas and in the White Oaks neighborhood near Morningside A. That will be forthcoming in late fall. A variety of project recommendations are already, or we're planning to carry forward into the 2015 to 19 CIP planning process, including some of the project areas that you see in these studies, and we link them to individual projects that are doing other parts of either utility or road work. So a couple procedural next steps that the staff is considering as well is, being better at communicating those local flood risks. While we have ordinances on the FEMA side and the regional flood plains, these local floodplains have an effect on properties as well, and we should be planning for them. Sometimes we're in conflict with our zoning ordinances where we require basements or only allow a structure to come up 1 foot. In a local flood zone, we may want to consider planning for getting the house up above the floodplain. There's also a lot of properties that pay into the FEMA flood insurance program. We can do some work to plan better and communicate the flood risk better and get all of those people who pay those insurance premiums a discount through the community rating system, so we're considering that as well. And I'll leave it up to you to ask the questions.
Member Swenson.
A tad bit off topic, but it's flooding. Where are we on the Minnehaha Creek today? I went by it, it looked down like it was down 2 inches, but is that the next surge, by the way?
I'd say that's highly dependent on the amount of rainfall we get, but we're definitely at risk in the Minnehaha Creek watershed.
To go higher than we currently are?
Yep, it's all dependent on the rain, so
as we listen to thunder outside.
Yeah, exactly. It's been fluctuating between 300 and 500 cubic feet per second, peaking after the storm events. Like I said 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were looking at that first rain, 2 inches is okay. It's going to cause the low properties to be at risk still, but 5 inches is bad.
Well, I know when you're at saturation, every inch is a foot higher, so usually on the surge. But okay, so we don't know where we're going, but we anticipate that it will continue for the next 4 to 6 weeks to be an issue, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and we still have sandbags, and we're still ready to drop off.
Given normal rain is the asterisk behind that.
Well, yeah, but we're looking at this week again, and I don't know. I drove by it both of 54th and 58th, and then behind the church on the way over here today, and I hoped it didn't rain tonight. Let me put it that way. Okay, thanks. It was a little off topic, but it's still flooding water.
Really?
Member Sprague?
Can you show a graphic on the swimming pool pond outlet? I'm trying to get a grasp on where that part is and what's the fix.
I do not have a graphic ready
That's
for you.
The one. Is that the one right below 62 in Valley View, which the crosstown drains into?
To the southwest quadrant of 62 in Valley View is the swimming pool pond. It's just downstream of the Point of France pond.
Is it the one that parallels the exit onto Valley View?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, this isn't.
No. When you get off the highway, it's on your right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was saying no, that he didn't have the picture of it. So.
Yeah, we don't have a picture of it.
Okay.
It's downstream of this system and the other one. So.
And then it flows in between the road and the internal road and Valley View as well. Isn't there a little
and just northwest
channel
of the swimming pool, underneath some volleyball courts and a parking lot, and then to Lake Cornelia.
Okay. And what's the fix recommended there?
One of the models.
Oh, there it is.
It depends on a improvement that wasn't made. We're working to get more of the information, but the flood risks that were. Oh, I'm sorry. So the swimming pool pond is right here. This is the Point of France pond, Valley View Road, and then 62.
Okay.
Just off the map here, it outlets southwest Lake Cornelia. That was an improvement that was long ago required, but the improvement hasn't been made yet.
Didn't we dredge it, though?
Yes, we dredged it.
Yeah.
So it has a little more capacity, but the long-term fix is?
So the outlet condition in the models is designed as like a 16-foot long weir. Right now it's a long weir. I'm sorry. I'm getting some nonverbal communication here. Yeah, so it's different than the model suggests.
Okay.
Member Bennett, then Member Bindle.
Mr. Bentner, I appreciated the report, very, very detailed and very clear. I thought the consistency from section to section made it easier to understand. One of the things that struck me in several areas, including the Scott Terrace, the Francis Scott Terrace area, and then also Lewis Park, is that there really aren't good choices in some of these instances. So how are we going to pick between bad choices?
That's a great question. I'd say it really got us thinking as well to realize the intractable nature of some of these problems, and that's why I think we're suggesting that there may be a flood protection and communication option as well. So there's some things that are non-structural, non-project in nature that we can start to do, but that's an unsatisfactory answer for someone who's struggling with flooding issues. So we looked for the projects that were available, and sometimes they're not, especially in the project area 1 in the areas near York and Xerxes south of 62. There's not a lot we can do there, but develop our way out of the problem and provide more storage when those redevelopments are happening. Maybe make a zone in the rules, but short of that, it would cost $3 million to solve today.
That was a question about Lewis Park. Rather than remove a certain depth of Lewis Park, thereby setting up probably more flooding and less public use of it, is there a possibility? I was intrigued by the idea of Film Tech remodeling and moving its entrance. Is that a realistic possibility? And then also, is there any opportunity to put in a structure on that, either on the west side or the east side of the road, that would capture before it necessarily went across the parking lot into their entrance and loading dock?
On the second part of that question, no, there's really not a lot of options there. The water is going to get to that side of the road in either case. But the Lewis Park and the example there is, when you can't solve the issue to the 10-year level of service or the 100-year level of protection, then you're looking at mitigating risks. And that's what, in the recommendation here, it's, how do we first avoid the issue of the damage when the lobby floods? And then how do we avoid the issue of the sanitary sewer system having a lot of inflow? So, we might have solved those two, critical problems, but it still leaves those areas under the level of service and level of protection for generations until, the redevelopment standards of the watershed district can start to catch up with the use.
Member Brundle.
As I'm reading about the Film Tech, the Cahill Road and Dewey Hill Area 4, and then we get to the comment about lowering Lewis Park, and I'm thinking, oh no. I mean, those fields were I feel like they were just upgraded. It's probably been 8 years, 10 years maybe, but they're beautiful fields, and they're heavily planned and designed, engineered fields of natural turf with a lot of money put into them to keep them that way. And so looking at it flooding and then coming back for use, I think the quality of the fields will degrade. And then I come back to the role of a park is not only to provide the recreational space, but it is, in many cases, to provide that flood protection for the area. There is a stormwater pond right along Dewey Hill Road as it meets Cahill on the north side. Is there part of Lewis Park somewhere that another pond could be dredged and water piped to it that could possibly be a water feature for Lewis Ridge condominiums or something?
Yeah, Councilmember Brindle, when we were in the study, we started to ask those questions because we weren't satisfied with the answer we were getting. And when we decided to cost out the Lewis Park example, the consultant even asked, "Are you sure you want to do that? Because we know that this is a sacred cow." But I said we need to be able to compare it against something and to show the intractable nature of that. So I don't think we would spend $3 million to reverse a decision and really sacrifice a park use. But on the other hand, the next time park use comes in place, we'll have better represented that local flood risk, and hopefully we don't make a decision that raises the park.
So looking at, because some of the, I'm kind of a picture person, some of the other, the project areas have the pictures of where the water goes and what happens after this many years, but number 4 doesn't have those pictures, and that's the Film Tech one. So what are the mitigation efforts that I didn't pull out of this when reading it?
The mitigation efforts on Project 4, we looked at options to get the water out of there quicker, to store more water by changing the grades in the area. Most of them were half measures or transfer the risk
So changing
downstream.
the grades of what? The parking lot?
The park or the ponds nearby.
Okay.
But the amount of storage that you need to create is just so vast compared to the area you have.
Yep.
That's why we started looking instead at the changing the risk to the sanitary sewer system and the lobbies of the structures that are impacted.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but I'm not hearing the answer to my question. Are you going to put a cistern underground? What grades are you going to change?
Essentially, it'll be a no action option here because of the intractable nature there. Instead, working to mitigate the risks to the sanitary.
Okay, that's why I'm not seeing a solution. Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. And thank you for the Sally Lane Paiute Pass. Yes, there are. Actually, in 1987, with the 14-inch rain, there was a person in there who nearly lost their life because they were outside and got washed into that eddy that happens there. So that does need to be dealt with.
Yeah. We've heard about foundation collapses in that area as well.
Yes, yep,
yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, are there any other comments? No. Thank you very much. This is great. We appreciate it. Approve Edina active routes to school comp plan. We moved on. I looked at your MPC that took over.
Mayor and council members, thank you very much for allowing the time on your busy agenda tonight to talk a little bit about our final active routes to school plan, which is before you to consider approving tonight.
Catherine, would you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, of course. I'm Catherine Bass. I'm at 6917 Gleason Road in Edina and the current chair of the Transportation Commission. I'm delighted to serve on. Okay, so I am going to do a quick overview of the presentation tonight. Oh, it's on. Okay, great. All right, now I'm on. Sorry. Getting a little foggy at the time. Okay, so a quick overview of the presentation tonight, and I'll try to make it snappy. So I'm going to go over what the goals are of Active Routes to School, tell you a little bit about the plan, the updates to the plan that have been made since the last time you saw it, talk through the plan recommendations, and then just give you a couple bullets on next steps. Before I get going, I do want to just say how much I appreciated being part of this collaborative effort between the school district and the city. This was a really great effort, I think, for these two institutions in the community to come together and do some thinking and planning around this. And we had great participation from Edina Public Schools, school staff, city staff, Commissioner Janovi and I from the Transportation Commission, and then funding and staff support from Bloomington Public Health through the Statewide Health Improvement Initiative or program, which is funding that comes through the legislature to reduce obesity and prevent chronic disease in the state. So it was a great effort all around. Active Routes to School is a national initiative to increase walking and bicycling to school. It's also sometimes known as Safe Routes to School. Our planning group decided that for Edina, Active Routes to School was a better fit because this plan addresses many aspects of active transportation, of which safety is just one, and so we felt like Active Routes was a better fit for us. There are really two big goals with Active Routes to School. The first is that we want to get more kids walking and bicycling where it's safe for them to do so. And then the second piece of it is to improve conditions where it's not safe. And as you might imagine, those two goals require somewhat different strategies. And you'll see that reflected in the final plan. I always like to cover what Active Routes to School is not. It is not making every student walk and bike to school every day. Indeed, it is not making anyone walk and bike to school. It's not about eliminating the yellow bus, and it's also not about eliminating cars or parent drop-off. We all make a variety of transportation choices in our daily lives. Sometimes they change on a day-to-day basis. What this is really about is ensuring that we have thought through, as a community, the supports that are needed to support those active choices, as much as we have thought through the supports that are needed for the bus or the car in the last few decades. And especially for those students who live within the walk zone that has been designated by the district as 0.7 miles around school sites. Those students are not provided busing, and so really, if they don't have the support to walk and bike to school, their only alternative is being driven from their parents. And approximately 16% of Edina school students live in the walk zone. On the Transportation Commission, since I've been on in the last 4 years, we have had a lot of discussion about, a lot of our discussion has centered around the city's responsibility to meet the transportation needs of all residents, including those of our youngest community members. And so in part, creating this plan was really about taking a first step toward envisioning a city where kids at a developmentally appropriate age can move themselves around independently. The Historical Society, about a year or so ago, maybe a little bit more, did a really nice piece about memories of growing up in Edina. And people reminisced about their fond memories of being able to just roam around our community. And our community has changed a lot in the last several decades. But we heard this again and again through the parent survey that we did as part of this plan, and just in talking with people. People really reflect on their ability to just move around on their own and be free as kids and roam their communities. And that's the kind of future, I think, that we're envisioning for Edina, again, is to make sure that we're meeting the transportation needs of youth. We know that reduced independent mobility has been linked to higher rates of obesity, reduced self-confidence, and reduced emotional resilience in children. That's been supported by study. And we just really know that it's good for kids to learn how to navigate their worlds independently, that it teaches them how to problem solve and build confidence and make good decisions. So in part, creating this plan was about starting a vision for the community for youth and their transportation needs. It was also about identifying a comprehensive set of improvements to support walking and bicycling to school. Naturally, everyone thinks about the engineering part of Active Routes to School and whether or not the physical infrastructure is in place to support kids. Do we have sidewalks in place? And of course, you'll see that reflected in the recommendations. That was a big part of the recommendations. But also, we want to make sure we're addressing the other 4 E's, as there were 5 E's that are referred to in Active Routes to School. Education: do kids have the knowledge and skills to be able to navigate safely as pedestrians and bike riders? Encouragement: are we doing things to support and build enthusiasm for walking and biking at school sites in neighborhoods? Enforcement: are people following the rules, and is there a police presence to enforce those rules? And evaluation: that we're identifying and monitoring data sources that tell us whether or not we're making any progress. And finally, we needed to develop a plan because there are state and federal funding opportunities to support the development of infrastructure and to support some of those softer E's, the programming E's, but we are far less likely to be successful in that funding if we don't have a plan developed. In fact, it's become a requirement, really, to have a plan in place. Okay, so a quick update on where we are with the plan. The last time you heard about it from our consultant that has been working with us, I think you heard more detail about the process through which we developed the plan. It was such a great thing to have the district at the table. We were able to gather a more robust set of data to inform the plan. Not only taking a look at each school site and the student households, the number of student households within each walk zone, which really gives us kind of the opportunity factor and what schools do we have more of an ability to have an impact on mode shift than others. Student travel tallies, which were conducted in the classroom, that was really great to have, and it was because we had the school district as a partner that we had access to that data. Site observations of arrival and dismissal time, interviews of principals, parent surveys. We did a ton of work to get input on this plan. Since you last heard this plan, we also were able to take it around to different commissions within the city. We presented at the Transportation Commission, the Health Committee. Obviously, you've all heard it in the past, and then various school district committees have seen pieces of the plan that have kind of been pulled out and where it made sense. As the school district operates, that different parts of the plan were funneled to those committees so they could take a look at it. And then we also had it up on the city's website for comment. Okay, the recommendations in the plan are categorized by time frame, short, mid, and long term. We wanted this to be pragmatic, and we also wanted to be really clear about the lead for taking action on the recommendations. The short-term recommendations, most of these you've seen before. Thank you very much for taking action recently on the first two. Both the bicycling on sidewalks issue and enforcement of schools' speed zones were two things that we heard really from both the parent survey, and we had an opportunity to go and talk with the high school student council and heard those issues come up from the youth there. So the other thing that I wanted to mention is that as part of the review from the Transportation Commission, there was one additional short-term recommendation for the city that was added, which was to conduct a study of routes in southeast Edina. One of our Transportation commissioners, Commissioner Iyer, lives in southeast Edina and has taken a particular interest in the lack of safe routes for students who are assigned to schools who live in southeast Edina to get to those schools. And it really became apparent if you kind of lift up and look at a global view of the city in all four quadrants, there's a huge gap in southeast Edina. So we added that recommendation. The other one that I wanted to just make a point of touching on is the walking, biking, public education campaign. That's considered a joint city and school district recommendation. It is on the ETC's 2014 work plan. And as we work to improve infrastructure for all modes, the stakeholders that were around the table felt it was really, really important to coordinate the messages that are being delivered in the city about the rules and the responsibilities for each mode. And how motorists, bicyclists, pedestrians interact, and really creating a culture of respect for each mode in the city.
Member Sprague.
Sorry to interrupt. I have a few comments. The enforcement of the school speed zones later on in the arts, it talks about reevaluating the signage for speed zones. Mm-hmm. So should that be happening concurrently, so that we're enforcing effective school speed zones and signage? The other question is the study of routes. I'm not sure if it's a study or is it that we need more infrastructure in place to make the connections, or are they talking about on-street low-volume routes to school versus not having sidewalk facilities to get there?
I think it's an acknowledgement that we really haven't done a thorough job yet of looking at what could the potential routes be that would be designated as safer for students from that quadrant. I think in particular the issue is getting from the southeast quadrant to Southview Middle School.
The bridge. Yes.
And the bridge over 62 is not currently programmed. We don't really, we know it's, I think could be upgraded at some point in the future, but we don't really have a plan for it yet, or we haven't looked thoroughly at it. And that in particular has come up as an issue because middle school is the time when many parents, I think, feel more comfortable with their students either biking or walking to school. And there's just not a great way for students from the southeast quadrant to get to Southview.
What about the school zone review being concurrent with this other short-term enforcement recommendation?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think it would be good to hear from engineering on that too. But I think, in some ways it's a data question versus a perception question. Mm-hmm. When we talked recently with the police department on enforcement of school speed zones, they are doing that, and they step that up, especially back to school times and in the spring. But I think the perception on the part of parents is that they want to see more of that. They want to see more police presence in order to feel comfortable letting their children walk and bike to school. The studying of how effective school speed zones are, that's really more of take a look at data. They're posted. What are the actual average speeds there? So I don't know if I have a better answer for that at this point. Any other questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. The district short-term recommendations have not changed a whole lot. And I won't go into detail on those. I had a chance, though, to present this plan to the school board last night, and they had some great questions and were very interested. So that was a good conversation. And I can answer any more questions about those that you might have. And then the mid and long-term recommendations largely are around filling gaps in the infrastructure. I am pleased to share that at least a couple of these sidewalk gaps, and there is a thorough treatment of infrastructure gaps for each school site that's included in the full plan, as you may have seen. A couple of these sidewalk projects have been programmed for 2014 or 2015, either through the PACS fund or through neighborhood street reconstruction projects. So that's really good news, and the city will continue to work on these and prioritize these projects as it relates to this plan and also obviously our Living Streets policy. And then the school district long-term recommendations really around improving sites as the opportunities arise. So next steps, we hope that we can get approval of this plan by City Council this evening. And then in terms of beginning implementation, we would like to establish a permanent Active Routes to School working group. There are lots of opportunities that come up for additional collaboration and pursuing funding between the district and the city, and we want to have a body that can continue to kind of move that work forward and monitor our progress on this plan. Identifying site, city, and district projects, monitoring and applying for funding, and then doing additional community outreach. And I really feel like as a closing comment that this plan is a great opportunity to show how we make the Living Streets policy real for residents. And I also think there's a great opportunity to further engage with the community about meeting the transportation needs of all of our residents, and why not start with kids and how they get to and from school. Mm-hmm. And I'll take your questions.
Good. Other questions for Catherine? Member Swenson?
Before we go to pass this, on figure 2 of Concord, Kimberly Horn missed a little nub that goes from School Road to the frontage road of Valley View.
What page?
Well, it's hard to say. It says figure 2, so that's...
Okay.
It didn't really give me a page, but it's figure 2, and it's Concord, Normandale, Southview.
So it's 60th Street or 60th?
So it is on 60th Street, and it's just a little one house wide from School Road to the frontage road.
Oh, here? Okay.
Then I love the fact that you want that little cut through by Creek Valley better paved, because we talked about that when we were doing the street project there, and they maintained that no one used it. And it was never walked on, if you all remember that. And now it's in this report. So sometimes the opportunity presents itself and it doesn't get done. So I'm sorry we didn't get that done, but...
Well, I have to say that the new sidewalk along Creek Valley, the Creek Valley is the school that my daughter attends, and there are kids and neighborhood residents walking on the sidewalk all the time there.
Yes, and I got called by someone the other day asking us why we hadn't put the sidewalk all the way to the soccer field, because she thought it really needed to be done.
All right, this is quite a nice piece of work and a great presentation. It was good to see you. We haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, it's
ever
been
since we
fun.
finished the Dewtown project. So, Member Brindle, comment, or do you want to move the matter?
Oh, I'll move it. I will move Active Routes to School Comprehensive Plan, but I also want to commend you, like on page A12.
Nice second.
Let's get a second, yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's do that.
Like on page A12, question 12, in your opinion, how much does your child's school encourage or discourage walking or biking to school? Creek Valley School strongly encourages. The combination of the two is 85%. That's because of you.
There are many other parents that have been extremely enthusiastic about this at Creek Valley, so I cannot take full credit.
There are kids who walk and pedal to school. There's still, through the end of this school year, there was still the walking school bus going through the hills, which is really, really nice.
Well, thank you for that, Councilmember Brindle. And one other data point that I do want to point out from the parent survey is that 59% of the parents that responded to the survey said that their children had asked for permission to walk or bike to school in the last year. And I just think that that really shows the demand from the young people in our community. And they may not even see it as something healthy, they just see it as fun. And it's good for their learning too. So I think this is really meeting a demand from young people.
All right.
I had a young woman named Tuchenhagen who lives on Gleason, I think, who came to one of the walks with the mayor and was concerned about the crosswalks up on Valley View.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's come under the radar of the ETC or not, but she was saying it was difficult to get across. She worries about the kids walking to school or even taking their bikes and getting across.
Valley View.
Right, Valley View.
In front of the high school, or?
It would be Gleason. Gleason.
By the high school.
Yeah, by the high school, trying to get to the middle school.
Yeah.
Not
yes.
It's an ugly area.
It is. It needs some work.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I would just like to say that this is good for our Edina brand. I mean, to be more welcoming for these school-age families and their kids, and I just am really excited about the prospects. I think our quality of life is going to go up tremendously when we start to implement this. So thank you for all your hard work and your passion. It shows up in the work.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Finished discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now we're edging closer to the Dave and Buster's matter, but you guys live the nightlife anyway. We're going to bring the very capable Mark Ruff up here now to tell us about the GO bond sale. Along with Director Wallen, or are you going to just sit back there?
He's supervisor.
All right. So we're going to...
I think it's possible that Mr. Ruff might want to... You're going to cover both of them right now, or just this one?
You want to cover the HRA matter as well? Would that be a little bit better for your schedule?
I think I'm here for the duration no matter what, so it's your prerogative. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Mark Ruff from Ellers. We're the financial advisor for the city. As the city has periodically done, we work through the process of the issuance of $5,680,000 of general obligation utility revenue bonds, Series 2014A. These are bonds that are primarily being utilized to support the city's ongoing street reconstruction efforts. The bonds are paid 100% with utility revenues, and so there are no taxes being utilized for these particular bonds. The general obligation pledge is assigned, according to state statute, to just bring us the lowest possible interest rate. And I'm pleased to say that, first of all, the city's AAA ratings from Moody's and Standard & Poor's were affirmed. That's no small feat. That's very important in attracting the lowest possible interest rates. We did receive 5 bids for this particular bond issue with a low bid of 1.93%. So a very, very positive interest rate. These are 10-year bonds. Our projections had been that we would be about 0.25% higher, and so the interest rates were in our favor today. We did receive a slight premium bid as well, and so originally we had $5.925 million. You have the same amount of proceeds with a $5.68 million bond issue. Cost of issuance and underwriters' fees were also lower, and so overall the principal and interest was about $90,000 less over the term than what was anticipated. The winning bid was BMO Capital Markets out of Chicago, Illinois. Page 3 and 4 show the other bidders, UBS out of New York, FTN out of Memphis, Tennessee, Baird out of Milwaukee, and then Hutschaki out of Chicago. So always good to have a variety of bids. Page 5 and 6 are the sources and uses of the funds, and then page 6 is the actual debt service schedule. I did attach the Moody's and the Standard & Poor's rating reports. I think Council's always interested to see what a third party like Moody's or Standard & Poor's says about the city's finances. We had a large group of staff that participated in the rating calls, including your parks director because of the HRA issue, your finance director, your assistant finance director, and manager Neal. Moody's does a nice job of just highlighting, if you look on top of page 8, the strengths of the city, which they see, obviously, your affluent tax base and your healthy financial operations, and I like that term, ample general fund reserves. They also always, in any report, highlight challenges. All Minnesota cities have been seeing declining tax base valuations just because of residential property dropping. But clearly, both of the rating agencies were very impressed with the amount of new construction. If you recall, we had the rating agencies out for a tour a year ago, and so we were able to give them updates. As what has been typical, also, they closely follow what's happening with the golf and the ice arena operations. They don't see it as a concern at this point in time. It's just a trend analysis. And then they would just say above average fixed cost, and the way they categorize debt service is a little different than Standard & Poor's, but obviously the city has been issuing more debt for all of the capital improvements and replacement of capital assets that you have in the city. And I know the mayor had mentioned this last time, and I think we talked with staff that as you get through the budget process, we'll have a review of your overall debt situation and be able to comment a little more in detail about that. But I encourage you to read the Moody's report. It's a little longer than usual, but they say some awfully nice things about you as a community. Standard & Poor's, if you recall, has both of the rating agencies have new rating criteria. Standard & Poor's, we had been through that criteria last year, but their report on page 15 and beyond also speaks very well of the city, and I think they have certainly less concern about your debt levels and overall really understand the commitments that you're making generally to both the general fund balances as well as just your budgeting practices have been very good in their opinion. In fact, in their outlook on page 18, they don't mention really anything negative. And most of the time, when I go through these reports, usually they'll say, this is what could happen in order to see a rating downgrade, and Standard & Poor's shows no concerns whatsoever. So really overall, your staff represented you very well. They should be complimented in you as a council and just in your history and your continuing commitment to excellence, I think really shows through in the rating agency reports. And so at the end of the day, with the benefit of a good bond rating are low interest rates, which mean low user fees and low taxes for the citizens and taxpayers and utility rate payers of the community. So I certainly would, there's a draft resolution in your packet. I certainly would recommend that the City Council approve the issuance of adjusted amount of $5,680,000 awarding the sale to BMO Capital Markets.
Do we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2014-63 awarding the sale of $5,680,000 in general obligation utility revenue bonds. Series 214A to finance various water and stormwater projects as part of our street reconstruction work. Any further discussion?
Can I request
comment?
Do we have our finance director? Do you have a electronic version of this you could send to us that has the Moody's rating report?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Wallen does have a copy.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. All right. Do you want to take the HRA one out of sequence, or should we wait until we? I guess you're here for the duration anyway, so we'll try to move.
Well, we've got a second one, 8F.
Right. 8F is, I don't know, John or Mark, were one of you going to comment on 8F? It is, it's linked to the HRA bond issue that you're going to do later. It's connected to that in the from the facility lease standpoint.
Because these are annual appropriation obligations, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the true security for the HRA bonds is really the city's annual lease payments. And so Dorsey and Whitney, Mr. Jerry Gilligan has drafted these documents, has been standard documents for your other lease obligations you've undertaken. So the first action is for the city to approve the lease, and then with that security, the HRA can turn around and sell bonds as they've promised bondholders that you will make those payments on an annual basis.
All right, so that is the next matter in front of us, Resolution 2014-64. I think Mr. Ruff stated well what it's all about. Is there a motion on that matter?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2014-64, authorizing the ground lease and lease agreement provided for constructing the sports dome, the Braemar Outdoor Ice Rink, and the lease by the city and improvements to Braemar Arena and Pamela Park. Question.
Yes. Manager Neal, so the revenues from the facilities will cover the operating costs, correct?
Yes.
And the payment, the annual lease payment will be made from a levy yet to be adopted?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions or comments? All those in favor of adopting item 8F say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried. Now, second reading, ordinance 2014-8 concerning on-sale liquor licenses with amusement devices.
Now we need resolution accepting various grants and donations.
That's after. That's
Oh, is
next.
that after?
Yeah, that's after.
Oh, I have them. See, I know I shouldn't mess up my pack order.
And it's too late to know the alphabet.
Thank you.
Good point.
That was your first piece of advice to me. Keep
was.
it in order.
It was good advice,
It
too,
was
wasn't
good
it?
advice.
All right, Mr. Neuendorf.
Good evening. Yes, tonight we have our second reading of a proposed ordinance change that addresses liquor sales and amusement devices in our PCD 3 zoning district. That's the district, commercial district, mostly around Southdale Mall. As we mentioned at our previous meeting, the Dave & Buster's Restaurant Group has strong interest in locating at the renovated Southdale Center. If you're not familiar with Dave & Buster's, they offer a full-service lunch and dinner menu, a full bar, and their unique aspect is that they also offer a full variety of amusement games. They do not offer gambling or any games of chance. At our previous meeting, the representatives from Southdale and Dave & Buster's gave a full overview. That was in your packet last week. We were not planning on going through it tonight. We are available for questions, though. At our first reading, the council members identified, by my count, 4 concerns with the proposed ordinance. And over the last couple of weeks, we've investigated each of those concerns. The first was proximity of this potential use to residential buildings. The second was the business policy regarding under 21 customers in the restaurant. The third was the inclusion of alcoholic beverages in their dinner menu. And fourth was sale of beverages in a device called a beer tube, like a pitcher. Over the last couple weeks, I've discussed each of these concerns as well as some others with representatives from Southdale, from Simon Properties, and from Dave & Buster's. The proposed ordinance that's attached this evening includes one change, and that is specifying a minimum distance of 500 feet from a use of this type to the closest residential use. That distance was arrived at by looking at some other sites in that PCD3 zoning district. Some sites where in the past we decided it was, as a community, we decided it was too close to residential users. And there is a map on the third page that shows in the red lines, the red hatch lines, the PCD3 district. And by staff's analysis, there's only 2 properties where this type of use could actually occur in this district. Properties that are large enough, that are regional in their scope, that have enough mass, enough parking, and are not too close to residential homes. And those 2 would be the Southdale Center property and also potentially the western portion of the Galleria. The other parcels are either too small or they're too close to homes. The other concerns that were raised, the questions that were raised at our last meeting, were addressed in a letter that the representatives from Dave & Buster's submitted. That was also attached. So at this point, the staff recommendation is to proceed with these proposed changes to the ordinance. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Also, and more importantly, the folks that can probably answer your questions best are Ben Martin from Southdale Center and also Lisa and Jill from Dave & Buster's.
All right. Member Sprague.
Thank you. As I recall, the issue wasn't policy regarding, I thought it was a guardian policy regarding under 21 guests on nights and weekends. And we weren't saying they couldn't be there. We were saying that on the nights and weekends, it would go to 21 instead of under 18. That would require a guardian. And I thought that the applicant said that they had made that change in certain communities. Certain communities have that more restrictive guardian policy on nights and weekends. In their letter, it just says that it talks about if we impose a policy that requires minors to leave by a certain hour. I don't recall that that's what we were requesting. So I feel like we still need an answer to the question of why couldn't we have a more restrictive guardian policy on nights and weekends?
Council members and Mr. Mayor, my name is Jill Valkovic at Dave & Buster's, 2481 Manana Drive, Dallas, Texas. Yes, to answer your question, I actually heard the question that they wanted more of what I would call a minor's call, meaning a full sweep of the minors. But I want to clarify, our guardian policy that we're requesting for the city of Edina would be under 18 years old. You have to be accompanied by a parent or a guardian over 25 years old. That is in the majority of our stores, including all of our mall locations. We do have a small percentage of our stores that require anyone under the age of 21 that has a parent or guardian that comes into our stores. Those stores are like Times Square. There are more high volume stores by almost double what is our average volume store. There are high population density stores. There are extremely urban areas. And again, none of them are on mall locations. So, you know, we were hoping that this would be, or we were planning on this being a more, you know, family-friendly environment. So, you know.
That wouldn't preclude families from being there with kids.
Correct. So what the question I heard the last time was that there was actually, aside from our guardian policy, that we would have a minor's call. And so if I'm misunderstanding that, then we didn't answer your question appropriately.
I'll let you speak on this as well, but I thought the concern was on the nights and weekends, you have the 19-year-old that comes in with older friends and they're trying to pass drinks around. And I understand you have floor captains that look at, and there's one drink per person and so on. And maybe that's how you address that risk. But what I heard from here was that a consideration of a more stringent guardian rule on nights and weekends, not in general, just during these high-risk times. So is that accurate?
I think that's what we're talking about. I'll let Jody speak, and then there's something else I wanted to speak
Well,
to.
I think it's been one of the concerns as there has been kind of draw and movement in the metro area between Mall of America and Southdale, is what Southdale has in place versus what Mall of America has in place for policies, and where parents feel comfortable being with families on nights and weekends. So anyway, that is, I think, the root of the concern, and we've discussed that over years.
Yep.
Members
The other response you had, I just brought up your menu not because I didn't like the fact that you had alcohol as the beginning ones. It just, to me, showed a certain attitude. And I started making phone calls today for our restaurants that are in Edina, and I didn't find anyone that even serves a pitcher of beer. So in our community, that doesn't happen. I specifically called Pinstripes because they have what I would consider something similar to what you have, because we did allow bocce and bowling, and they don't allow pitchers of beer. So that is not something that happens in our community. Now, it may happen in other communities where you have your restaurants, but your remark that these offerings are consistent isn't what happens in our community. So that's still something that I would prefer not happen in Southdale.
I understand. I believe that there's nothing in Edina's ordinances
There
or
isn't.
that
No,
precludes it, and so.
But if we had a container size limitation on this proposal, could you still operate effectively? If you limited drink sizes to 15 ounces, could you still run your business?
So ultimately, Dave & Buster's concern is a competitive disadvantage, that restriction is not imposed on anyone else except us. And so I understand that Pinstripes doesn't offer pitchers of beer, but maybe during football season, Buffalo Wild Wings does. Or, other locations that may even be inside the mall offer those. And so they're not precluded with those container sizes. And so then that would be a competitive disadvantage for Dave & Buster's. And that's our concern, is that we will be happy to operate under the rules as everyone else. But
isn't it more of a competitive disadvantage not to be here in the market? I mean,
of course.
It
we
seems
want to
like
be here. I'm standing here. Of course we want to be there.
What I'm getting at is what's that percentage of sales, and could you function and still have a healthy business with that type of restriction in place? It's a hypothetical question.
Hypothetically, I'd probably have to go back to my executive team and make sure that that's something that they would be willing to do. Ultimately, our concern is a competitive disadvantage.
Okay.
I think that's a good argument, the competitive disadvantage argument, because I think it is foreseeable that other organizations that you compete with, Buffalo Wild Wings is new to the mall, or even Tavern on France across the street, could decide they wanted to implement a pitcher program, and it would be giving them a theoretical competitive advantage. I'm more persuaded by the notion of your record in terms of the bars program and maintaining an atmosphere where you don't let people get out of control. So while I don't like the idea of the, what do they call that thing, the beer, what?
Beer tube.
Beer tube. I mean, I think it's more important that we know what's your record with respect to public health and safety, and it's a good one. We know that. So that would be more persuasive to me than anything else.
Well, would the fact that you might have guardians in the evenings and weekends for under 21 be something that makes you more comfortable and would be a better way of handling the beer tube issue?
I'd be willing to listen to your comments about the guardian policy you're proposing, all under all under the age of 18 must be accompanied by a guardian at least 25 years or older, as opposed to all under 21.
Again, I think ultimately our concern is that we, based on our experience in mall locations and markets like Edina, family-oriented markets like Edina, we don't want to change the makeup of our guests given the time. We don't want to change the perception of our guests that we want our families to leave. And so
I don't think we're asking for something that's different than what you're just describing. We're asking that the families feel comfortable being there because there aren't a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds floating around, being loud, being... So we're not asking for an environment that makes your families leave unless your description of families are only 18, 19, and older.
Do we have any kind of a guardian policy imposed on anybody else?
Nope.
No. See, that's the competitive disadvantage thing again. You got Buffalo Wild Wings down the way.
But Buffalo Wild Wings isn't playing games.
They actually do
but
have
there are people in there doing the same thing they're doing here, just having some food and something to drink. So I don't think the games have that much to do with it.
Well, 50% of their revenue is games. It better have something to do with it. It's how they make
I
their
don't
money.
think it has something to do with whether they are drinking too much or not.
And Pinstripes has games. Do they have a age
They
requirement?
got bocce and bowling.
Right.
So I see the guests with children 12 or under, in Maple Grove, it's 25%. Your national average is 15%. I expect that it will be similar to Maple Grove here in Edina.
Mm-hmm.
Higher percentage of guests with kids under 12.
Correct.
Than you might see on a national average. Member Brindle.
We're a little hypersensitive about this because, one of the greatest challenges we have in a high school and a student population we're very proud of is chemical use and abuse. And so much as, we just have to kind of think through it and get comfortable with it. So there's a table, and there's like 5 people at the table. 3 of them are of age, and there's a beer tube. 2 of them are not of age, hypothetically. And so you've got a captain somewhere keeping an eye on that table. Now, have they carded the people who are not of age to know they're not of age?
Absolutely. And then those guests are not provided a glass. The servers are there to monitor. The managers are there to monitor. And then any other front of the house guest that's been trained are there to monitor.
Okay, so they're not given a glass, but they've probably got a glass of something. And they finish that, and then they decide, well, the beer tube's here, I'll just take a little. What happens? What does the captain do? What takes place?
Generally, the captain or the manager or whoever sees it will walk up to the guest, explain that that's against our house policies, and they're asked to leave.
Okay, so they're escorted out.
Correct.
Okay, and if they're a minor, the parent has to go with them then.
Right. The guardian has to go with them.
The guardian has to go
Correct.
with them.
Sure. And that's with any house policy that's violated.
Sure.
And ultimately, it's a big investment for us to build
No-
these buildings
no doubt.
across the country. And so it doesn't do us any good to have violations of liquor laws, state laws, city laws be broken. And so we're going to make sure that our operation is, that we're operating the way we're supposed to. If we see someone doing something wrong, we're going to ask them to leave. And that's anywhere from vandalism to underage drinking.
Sure. Well, I called a couple restaurants today and told them who I was and why I was calling. And I said, I want you to open up your menu to the first page and tell me what you see. Drinks and appetizers. Without fail, it was drinks and appetizers.
It's the first thing you order.
It's the first thing you order. And I said, well, what kind of drinks are on the first page? Well, all the drinks are on the first page. So your menu is not outside what's being done. It's just, it's just something that that
The
we're...
pictures are big, and the pictures
The
are big.
pictures are big. I think
and the
that's
pictures
it.
Are, I know, you
I
open it
think
up and
the
the pictures are big, but the food pictures are just as big. And I could, if you open up the menu, you'll see that our dessert pictures are the biggest of all, which is ridiculous, but it's just the way our marketing team puts it together. The photography and everything is bigger and better at Dave & Buster's, and then menu is no exception.
Yep. Well, thank you. Those were the things that I came up with. Thanks.
All right, so with regard to these two issues that have been raised, which I think are legitimate issues, Member Swenson got me thinking about it in a slightly different way, and that is, do I think you should be treated differently than other businesses similarly situated because of the fact that you have games of amusement and others don't? And my answer is no, I don't think you should be treated differently. Because I think the competitive disadvantage thing resonates less with me than just the sort of fair treatment notion. And the fact that you have something for people to do there that's fun to do, whether it's little kids or people that are up in age or middle age or whatever it might be. I don't think that's a good enough reason in my mind to say you can't have beer tubes and you need to have a guardian for anybody that's under 21 in there at night or on a weekend, because other folks, we don't do that to other people. This is a big shift for me from years gone by.
Well, I appreciate that.
Member Sprague, you still have some concerns, I think.
No, I won't, and I'll move this.
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion, a second, to grant second reading and approve ordinance 2014-8, along with the section that's been added that provides a minimum distance of 500 feet in section 4-34G6. And now we're in discussion phase. Question by Member Bennett.
Thank you. Question for Director Teague or for Attorney Knutson, and that is the new section refers to single-family or multifamily residential buildings. Does our code refer to single-unit or multi-unit residential, or does it refer to family?
We can look it up quick in the zoning ordinance to determine what the exact language is.
Thought we should be consistent with whatever it is. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Thanks, Ms. Velkovich. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oh, aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Oh, it's roll call.
Roll call.
We'll get the wording will be whatever. Yep, we'll make it consistent.
Okay. Yep. Okay, do a roll call.
Member Swenson.
Nay.
Member Bennett.
Nay.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Welcome. Sort of. Not that we're hedging our welcome, we just know that you won't be here for a while. All right. Now, Member Swenson, you want to move that resolution to?
Yeah, can I?
Please.
I'd like to move 2014-66 8H, accepting various grants and donations.
And I'll second.
All right. Discussion. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. And Park and Rec got a grant from the Macy's Southdale store.
Yeah, I agree.
And then Public Works, Carol Emmerich gave us some daylilies for the Edina flower beds. Thank you to both Macy's and Carol. Now, okay, anything further with respect to correspondence and petitions that came in since you put material on the dais? All right. Aviation noise update. You still have some?
Yes, we do. We have the next NOC meeting, Noise Oversight Committee, is on July 16th at the regular place, the Metropolitan Airport Commission office on 28th. The next public input meeting is in Mendota Heights on the 29th of July at 7 p.m. In addition, I had a conversation today with John Nelson, Metropolitan Airports Commission staff, regarding location of the remote monitoring towers. The process will move toward the summer. They would like to know our preferences as a community by the first week of August, with the monitoring to take place in October. We discussed a collaborative process with a focus on density of flights and recurrence of complaints. He said, and I quote, "It's silly to put out where there are no aircraft." And we're also trying to be responsive to residents and at the same time be educating as much as we are able with this short-term testing. He raised two concerns: avoiding redundancy, an overlap with existing towers, and then also safety. Their experience is that these are best located on public property. It's cleanest in terms of easements, any potential liability. Vandalism has been an issue in downtown St. Paul.
Too late for anything.
And he looks forward to speaking with you, Manager Neal, if he didn't reach you today. And again, we will be working on this and have some decisions by the first week in August.
Thank you.
Do I
Go ahead, Member Swenson.
assume that one will be south of 62 and one will be north of 62?
I would say what he and I discussed today is he, off the top of his head, could cite concentrations of complaints along the 62 corridor, both north and south.
Right.
Also the Indian Hills location, understanding that one of the three towers is going to be located in St. Louis Park, right, not to duplicate or be redundant with tower number 1, which
right,
is at 40th and Xerxes. Those are all kind of parameters that will enter into choice. So we have had a request from a neighborhood. Oh, another thing is there's another form of redundancy, and that is if they're located too close to freeway,
yes,
you end up picking up the freeway more than you're. Right.
Right.
And
or
so,
on a street that actually funnels freeway noise into, it can be not that close to a freeway and the freeway noise gets funneled because the street is having lived on two streets that funnel freeway noise, I can just tell you, we're going to need to be very careful where we place it.
I think to really have this be informative, I think we're going to need to be careful. And I know that one request was made from an area with one major roadway on one side and a freeway on the other side, and there's a question about what that will measure. We'll be working on it.
Okay.
Manager Neal, anything with respect to aviation noise?
No, I will look forward to involving John Nelson. Connect with him.
Member Sprague.
I actually have something. It was sent by a resident. It was a graphic about 30 left and 30 right, and a redistribution of about 12,000 flights over a period of time from 30 right to 30 left, which causes a more intense distribution over southeast Edina and specifically the back of the Cornelia neighborhood. So my question for Member Bennett and Swenson is what led to the operational change, and what are the prospects for making a more equitable distribution in the future?
Well, that's not what this map depicts.
Okay.
This is the map from the Star Tribune from November 4th, 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And what this depicts on the right is the dispersion that is happening because of the operation of voice-to-voice air traffic control, where they're flying on headers, but the planes go into a fan pattern. Just because of human delay, the differences between people's reaction times. What is depicted on the left is what was at the time designed to happen with RNAV, with the implementation of the GPS technology for airplanes. And that shows the concentration. I think at the Concord Neighborhood Association meeting, it was discussed that those tracks will be a block to 2 blocks wide.
I guess I'm looking on the right graphic and saying that there's been a redistribution of 12,000 flights from 30 right to 30 left over time. And if you look at the fan pattern, there's more intense tracks over that southeast section. And how did that happen, and how is that projected to continue?
This is not, though, a before and after. This is a current and what might have been.
The left has never happened. The blue lines have never happened.
I'm just talking about the right graphic and the
graphic,
change of flight distribution from 30 right to 30 left that has caused more number of flights, intensive flight patterns over southeast Edina.
Which Mr. Nelson did confirm with the residents from the Cornelia neighborhood who attended the presentation made to the Concord Neighborhood Association sponsored meeting.
And so what's the action plan to address it?
But those are takeoffs. Those are not landings.
Those are takeoffs. That's correct.
Because the landings have stayed consistent, and it's not 30 right when you land on it from the northwest. It is.
Well, actually, with what we learned in numbering when we got the tour, it's all the direction of the flows. So the departures to the north and west are 30L and 30 right, and the landings to the north. From the south to the northwest are also
right. But if you're landing
from the north, then it's 12. Then it's let's see my
and
numbers.
12
left and 12 right.
Right, and 12 left is stayed consistently high for landings.
So how do we address this issue of this redistribution of flights that's causing more intensive flight patterns over southeast Edina that Nelson has acknowledged? How do we address that?
Complain.
We're working on it.
Okay.
We're working on it. Keep
I'm trying to get back to a constituent about this, so
Tell
I just want to know what.
Neighbors
that's why I'm asking my experts.
Complain.
Well, also, I think it is important for people who have an interest in this to look at the monthly operations reports. The most recent is available. And when we looked at those reports and the graph, and they do change up somewhat, but when you look at those towers that are adjacent, that are right off the ends of the runways, you're looking at 112 decibels compared to maybe 70 being measured at some of the more remote towers. So there's impact all over the system. And the shifting is less, I think, in respect to impact, although complaints, we especially want people to be in communication with, especially their congressional representatives, because that's where some of the measurement of environmental impacts and concentrated noise impacts, those are two of the positions that the National Noise Organization has. And the aviation bill will start, the writing of it is just starting this year. It's due next year. The timing is perfect. We were told when we were in Washington that now is the time. And that's, if people want to know where to direct most effectively their concerns, that's a very, very good place to direct them to Washington.
Isn't this a MAC operations, airport operations issue, though, if they're pushing more flights onto a certain runway versus the other?
MAC's on the ground, FAA is in the air.
Yeah.
Yes, what?
FAA.
It's FAA.
Okay.
And that's Congress.
All of the people,
so this whole
all
redistribution
the
is from a FAA policy.
Employees.
But it's on your radar, and we're working on it. That's what I need to know. Okay.
As a community, we're mindful, we're tuned in, we're trying to work with our surrounding communities. We do have interests in common with surrounding communities because we're all being impacted by the same thing.
This is specific to a specific geographic section, acknowledged, and I understand that we're going to be making a strategic plan to address that particular issue as well as RNAV in general. And
before the flights get to that neighborhood, they are passing over neighborhoods in Richfield and Minneapolis.
Right.
It behooves us to work really well with our neighbors.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, Member Sprague. Council comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to direct staff to prepare an amendment, an ordinance amendment to make biking on sidewalks a petty misdemeanor. I would like to move to direct staff
because
to prepare an ordinance amendment.
You need to flesh out what it is now.
Well, I need to move it, and then I need a second to prepare an ordinance amendment to make biking on sidewalks a petty misdemeanor.
I'll second that.
Okay, and the reason why I'm moving that is the default penalty for a violation of an ordinance is misdemeanor, and if you don't specify, it's a misdemeanor, which is 90 days or $1,000. It's an extreme penalty, and I want to make sure that that the penalty is commensurate with the violation in this case, so as to further the objective of encouraging sidewalks to be used when appropriate to ability.
So, Roger, because it isn't defined as a petty misdemeanor, riding on an area of the sidewalk where you're not supposed to be, like in downtown, would be seen as a...
Or going too fast,
or going
recklessly
too fast
going 20 miles an hour.
would be a misdemeanor. Yeah. So it's our understanding that we have to designate what it is so that it doesn't end up...
That's correct. The general rule is any violation of our ordinances is a misdemeanor unless you otherwise specify.
And that would be biking on a sidewalk where posted?
Where posted in a...
Where prohibited, or where posted or prohibited?
Yes,
any biking.
Miles per hour.
Because I wasn't quite sure of where you were going with that, but...
Yeah.
No, we're just trying to...
Any biking.
We're trying
He
to...
voted for biking on the sidewalk.
I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that. A violation of the new ordinance that allows biking except in certain limited circumstances and subject to certain limitations.
So
There's a
speed,
speed
it's
limitation.
reckless,
Yeah, exactly.
I would suggest just having one penalty for that whole group. Let's not parse it.
That's what I'm saying.
No, that's what we're saying.
I'm sorry, I didn't elucidate.
Yeah.
So we can
Any
have
violation of
Yeah.
rules of the road relative to bicycles would be subject to petty misdemeanor charge.
Correct.
So you're further clarifying the action that was taken previously and just clarifying what a violation, what category it would fall under so that it's a suitably minimal.
However it has to be done.
Yep.
We leave that up to Roger.
We'll prepare an ordinance amending the ordinance that was just adopted and have it ready for you in the morning.
If the motion passes.
Later this morning.
What,
July 1st. We could have it on your agenda for July 1st.
Okay. We just think we need to make sure that that's okay. Yeah. So
Can you call it, Mayor?
I'm just wondering about, this is a far out sort of factual scenario, but what about a situation where somebody's speeding on their bike down the sidewalk and hits a toddler and either maims or kills the toddler? It's a petty misdemeanor?
We're going to have an issue beyond the misdemeanor thing if that happens.
That would be more than
Yeah.
a violation of our that ordinance provision.
All right. So the question for you, I guess, Roger, is based on what Member Sprague is suggesting. Can you craft something that covers those minor sorts of traffic violations by a bicyclist?
On sidewalks, absolutely.
thank you, sir.
All right. All right, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Okay, and then also with respect to biking, I understand there's a campaign out there, a sign. I think the police department is doing some type of signage or campaign. Yep. And I would like to ask in the future, we're working on some pretty important public information campaigns that they coordinate that with Mark Nolan and the ETC's communication committee. And the reason why is I want to we've worked really hard to start messaging both to motorists and to bicyclists about the behavior expected and the respect for one another's modes. And I want to make sure it gets coordinated and communicated in a coherent fashion. Okay. And then the final thing I wanted to bring up was just to show the audience, if you have interest in the television audience in giving feedback on the Fred, how would you, on the repurposing of the Fred Richards Golf Course, how you would do that online. So Jordan's going to bring up the website. and you can navigate. If you look on the front, there's actually a little link that says feedback sought. That's up on the right, which is just a story. But you can click on the read more for the Speak Up Edina. You can also go to the Parks Department. If you go to city government, and there it is right there as well. And on the right, you'll see fill out and online comments. And if you want to click on that form, there you go. In addition, you can simply send an email to council, or you can also mail your correspondence to City Hall, and it will be put into the pool of input that's presented to council at the end of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
The mayor and I attended a really interesting seminar at Hopkins, downtown Hopkins, at the Stages, about walkable communities and what creates that feeling of a walkable community. And it was fascinating, actually. Would have liked to have taken it and expanded it and done a whole study of it. But yeah, but sidewalks obviously were part of it, but just what kind of sidewalk there was, and shorter blocks, not longer blocks, and
proximity to buildings,
yep.
landscaping, what creates that pedestrian environment.
But really,
that's appealing.
ultimately, what it got down to was transportation and not seas of parking. So if you were walkable enough that you didn't need transportation, that was important. If there were other forms of transportation, obviously bike racks were really important. Single car ownership, being able to park off street and not have a parking lot to walk through. Parking in the back, not in the front, just a lot of different scenarios. And there's a lot of work done in a lot of different communities. I think that's what we learned the most, because we had pictures from all over the United States of things that were working and things, really ugly pictures of things that would never work.
I think the pedestrian connections through parking lots act like a refuge for people at the Y, at the Byerly's, the Lennar project we just approved. I mean, I think that's a good trend that helps break up that sea of parking and give people more of a direct connection to the amenity as well. So I don't know, did they talk about any of those specific?
No, because they
Okay.
don't like parking lots.
Okay.
Yeah. I just remember she said Cleveland was a great place to find a parking spot.
Yes.
But, it did make me think about our new sidewalk along France Avenue, and because it's not engaged closely with the
Yes.
buildings, that the landscaping.
That was the other thing that she said that was kind of interesting, that made me think of France Avenue, is that people need things to look at when they're walking. And so, you may have that huge long block out at France, but if we could just put an art piece or a little mini garden from the garden club in one section, it doesn't have to be the whole way down, but just something to walk to or past or look at is important. That was interesting, too.
It was. It made me think our landscape design plan out there may be inadequate for what we want to accomplish in terms of creating that environment for walking.
It's also why buildings too close to the street can be really tough. Depends on the setting, but you get into, it's my one criticism of Excelsior on Grand is how close those buildings are to Excelsior, and it doesn't feel comfortable walking on that side of the building.
However, they had a slide of two people walking or talking, and they were on a sidewalk with the building. And then the next slide were the same people, but there was like this desolate piece of dirt, and that wasn't comfortable at all compared to the building.
Yeah.
So there is a very interesting balance between the two.
It's a balance.
So anyway, sorry, it's kind of late to be talking about that. I'm done.
It's an interesting observation on Excelsior Grand, because when you do walk down the sidewalk, you feel almost like the building's pushing you out into the street. It's like a form of vertigo or something.
We call it the Corolla effect, from when they created more legroom by the shorter seats, so that you felt like there was an invisible set of hands pushing you forward and out.
Yeah. Member Bennett.
Deferring to Member Brindle.
All right, I have several things. Member Bennett and I are in the midst of interviewing 59 or so high school students.
Oh, my word. That's it?
For 16 commission chairs. So we're telling them all, we've got lots of people interested. The communicators did their job. And of course, I mean, they don't disappoint. They're fabulous young people. And so we've got a couple of days of interviews this week, should wrap it up, with the plan to get a recommendation to council then at one of the meetings in July. So we will continue on. We have our schedule set. MJ Lehman is doing a great job of keeping us on track and organized. So that is going along well. Last weekend, June 6, 7, 8, I worked the Edina Art Fair at the West Information booth, and I got a nice thank you card from them today. But it's a great thing they do, making the information booth available to a nonprofit to host the booth for the weekend and get some publicity for our Edina Crime Prevention Fund. So it was very good. And the planters at City Hall are uninteresting. I would like to have Tim Zimmerman come over and see what he can put in there, because you've got a little annual here, a little annual there, and a canna in the middle, but there's nothing happening. There's nothing. The gardens are so beautiful right now, and those could be very pretty, so they just need to be filled out more.
I will mention this to Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you. He'll tell him I requested.
I will.
All right. Let's see here. I have an invitation for you. The I-494 Commission is hosting an information session, a post-legislative briefing on June 27th to kind of take a look at what took place from a transportation perspective in the legislative session that was recently completed. There are a couple of projects that we are interested in that are included and will be funded. One is the managed lane on 494 going out to Plymouth. That's a huge improvement. And another is an area near the Mall of America underneath 494, if I have this right.
Oh, for Richfield.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a road that at the end of 77th Street just kind of comes to an end, and they will be able to connect that over to the Mall of America area and be able to build up some nice economic development around that.
Well, will Edina drivers be able to use that?
Oh, they will. They will. No doubt. We'll just have to stay on the right side of the road. All right. Let's see here. One last thing, and I had a little conversation with Manager Neal earlier today, and one of my items, I've gotten a couple of calls from Wayne Dvorak, and he's been asking about organized hauling and trash hauling, obviously, and with new streets now being assessed for new streets, he and other residents are concerned about, we just paid for these new streets and now these garbage trucks are going down the street. Can't we start limiting the number of garbage trucks on our streets? So Roger, we would like to ask you for some assistance on the best way to do this, looking at the new statute that addresses hauling and gives us, I think, a better chance to come up with some format of hauling that possibly we can say the city of Edina is going to license only 4 haulers a year. Right now, we license 7 residential haulers right now. We have a total of 21 haulers licensed, but 7 of those are residential.
This is a major policy issue.
It is, and I just want to know what would be Roger's recommendations to us based on what the statute tells us. What can we recommend?
I can lay out the options for you, but I think that's, and I've dealt with this issue in many communities who've dealt with it differently.
Yeah.
And I've been through many communities have gone through the whole process and decided to walk away from it.
The legal issues are the least of your issues.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can lay out the legal issues.
The best issue is for Wayne
That's
DeVork
easy.
to get together with this whole street and choose
Well,
one hauler.
that's actually my answer. When
That
people
is the
email
best
me
answer
about
you
this,
can
is
give
get
him right
together
now,
with your
because
neighbors
it's
and choose.
immediate. It is
right.
immediate.
That's right.
We've given this for study to the Energy and Environment Commission, and we still haven't got a positive recommendation back. So I'm just saying it may not be ripe. It's not ripe for
Isn't it?
Well, we also-
to make the decision right
We
now.
also got some clear feedback from the community in the quality of life survey 2 years ago, 11 or 11 or 13.
It was
And
split.
so we do have some recent information. The simplest, timeliest, quickest option is the community organizing option.
Right. Which is what I encourage people to do.
And even if they
anyway.
can't get it down to 1 hauler, they can get it,
down to
reduced.
2 or 3,
Yeah.
or, even if it's 4, it's better than 7.
Yeah.
So, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. We had a few groundbreakings and grand openings the last few weeks. On the 9th of June, we had the Buffalo Wild Wings grand opening, and I guess they had a warm-up the weekend before. Manager Neal managed to get out there and get some free wings along with all kinds of other people. On the next day, on the 10th of June, I attended a session put on by the Department of Employment and Economic Development and the Brookings Institute on, building a stronger export strategy in your region. And then that afternoon, we did the Edina Alzheimer's kickoff over at Living Waters. That was a good event. And then the next day, on the 11th, we had the 71 France groundbreaking, which is the apartment complex behind the new Byerly store, the first building. The holes in the ground, they're going to be beautiful apartments. Couldn't be sited better, really, than right on that promenade. 13th, which was Friday, Member Brindle and I, along with our spouses, ended up sitting next to each other at music in the park in Edina, and that poor musician from Grand Marais had to play for about 2 hours. He was he was just totally worn out. And but it was a great event. A couple hundred people showed up with, I don't know how broad the communication net was cast, but it was amazing. People kept drifting in and drifting in. It was impressive. So next will be the 4th of July event over there, and Member Brindle's in the Sousa Band. And then I think on the 18th of July will be Patty Peterson playing over there. I would encourage everybody to go over there. It's quite a nice experience. And folks in the audience as well that are watching, don't miss this. It's really a nice event to be adding into our community. And then on Saturday, I mentioned earlier that I attended the grand opening of the Metro Green Line. It took place at the Union Station in St. Paul. A lot of dignitaries there, many good speeches given, talking about the strength of regionalism and a nice connection between Minneapolis and St. Paul. We rode the line about halfway through St. Paul and then jumped off and jumped back on another train going back to the Union Station, and it was a nice experience. Beautiful ride, very smooth, very quiet. That's it for me. Tomorrow's the TAB meeting, and that's it. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. At our last council meeting, we had a recommendation from the EEC about how we handle the future of our PACE program. And their recommendation was that we
shift the PACE program to the St. Paul Port Authority because they have some economics of scale and some administrative processes that really are more efficient than ours, and especially given the real sparse number of deals that we do. They have some marketing abilities and the way they interact with some of the vendors in that field. They could do more than we do. And I'm going to bring that back to you either July 1st or July 15th for some consideration and affirmation.
Along with any financial difference?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I do have something here for you from the Center for the American Experiment, care of Bill Glahn, who is a senior fellow there. I'm not sure if there was any discussion with Bill and members of council, but they wrote this piece about cities that received funding and used it to fund solar energy improvements. And they provided this today. So, Mayor, when you asked me if something came in late today, this did come just today in mail. They asked that we distribute it to you, so I did.
Okay.
The last thing I'll share with you before I'm done, and I know we're getting late. Earlier in the meeting, I described the kind of change in fortunes at Edinburgh Park, and I'm proud of that because we all had a part in making that happen. In the official statement for the bond issue today, you'll see another shift that is occurring. This one is in the ice arena fund. In 2012, we ended the year with an operating loss of $647,000 in our ice arena fund. In 2013, we've shaved that operating loss down to $180,000, which is almost the same as taking 400 negative to zero, right? And we think we can.
Bond raiders didn't comment on that, did they?
They didn't comment on that, but we think we can do better in the arena fund as well, and we're going to take that kind of turnaround and success and apply it to our golf operations in the very near future.
Because the bond raiders did comment on our golf operations.
They do. They always do.
Yeah, and the no. They just didn't comment on Edinburgh.
Oh, yeah, and those are here, right? Did everybody get? And we did receive extra copies, courtesy of the mayor. Asked the Municipal Legislative Commission to make sure that all members of the council had a summary of their legislative accomplishments, and that's what that is. They do a very nice job, I think, in kind of highlighting what's interesting to us and what they accomplished this year. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything further? Otherwise, we'll adjourn.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Clerk Mangan.
Mayor, I'm going to hand something out for you. It is a list of the applicants that you had for boards and commissions because we have a vacancy on the planning commission and staff needs direction from you on how to proceed. And we sent out emails and you have some differing opinions and I thought perhaps you could
have a really good conversation about that.
Just give direction, or if you want to give direction in email in the next few days, that's fine. But this would allow you to see
that would be fine. You
the
can do
applicants.
that. If you'd like to do that.
Yeah, I think we'd prefer to do that.
Okay, we'll aggregate. If you'd like to do that, we'll aggregate your input. I'll share it with you when we've got it in.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything further for the council? We stand adjourned. Calling to order the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Brindle.
Here.
Commissioner Sprague.
Here.
Commissioner Swenson.
Here.
Chair Havlin.
Here. We've got a meeting agenda in front of us. Is there a motion to approve the form of meeting agenda? All right, we've got a motion and a second on the meeting agenda. Discussion. All those in favor of the adopting the meeting agenda as shown, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried.
Like to move the minutes?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the meeting of June 3rd, 2014 for the HRA. Any further discussion, changes, corrections? All those in favor of adoption say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now, our crack finance team is coming back up again to talk about Resolution 2014-03, which is awarding the sale of $16,360,000, at least that was the anticipated amount, in public project revenue bonds to cover all of the items we discussed previously, the sports dome, the hockey rink, some of the other related improvements. And Mr. Ruff, welcome back.
Mr. Chair, is that the appropriate term? Members of the HRA?
I guess so.
Mark Ruff with Ellers. Before you is the sale report on the Public Project Revenue Bond, Series 2014. If you recall, when I was with you a meeting or two ago, I was a little nervous about how this bond sale would go, given the fact that there was a default in a large suburb in Minnesota on a recreation facility. I am pleased to say we did receive 3 bids, and the winning bid from our friends at Piper Jaffray was a 3.3% interest rate. And these are, again, 20-year bonds, so that's the reason that the interest rate is higher than what the utility revenue bonds is, because it runs much longer. But that interest rate is 0.5% lower than what was anticipated, and so we do see knocking off $60,000 per year on what the tax levy is going to be for those particular bonds compared to what was expected. So I'm very pleased with the results. Again, compliments to your staff. We did get, if you remember, the Standard & Poor's takes 1 notch off of the AAA rating to a AA+, and Moody's, much like they did on the gyms, actually takes 2 notches off. 1, because it's an annual appropriation, and 2 is Moody's doesn't view recreation as essential purpose, whereas Standard & Poor's views recreation as essential purpose. So it's not a rating downgrade, it's just a difference in philosophy from each rating agency. But again, we did receive a premium, had less than expected costs overall, and so we are reducing the size of the bond issue from the $16,360,000 down to $16,155,000. The other bidders on this particular project were, again, Hutchaki out of Chicago and then Baird out of Milwaukee. Closing is set for July 15th. So, you know, I think Councilmember Sprague mentioned earlier the Edina brand, and I think clearly when it comes to recreation and the importance of recreation to your community, the bondholders know that. They know that you are committed to this debt. They know that you are committed to these facilities, and so we're very pleased with the results. And again, we'll save the taxpayers money and give them the lowest possible interest costs given this form of financing. So I certainly would recommend that the HRA approve a resolution that was in your packets awarding the sale of the $16,155,000 in public project revenue bonds to Piper Jaffray. And again, I also do want to mention somebody who doesn't get mentioned very often, and that's Jerry Gilligan from Dorsey. I mean, he's been the bond attorney for the city for a long time, has deep roots here, and really makes this process go along very well. And you are served by 2 very able attorneys between Mr. Knutson and Mr. Gilligan. So I just want to extend my thanks to him as well in this process.
Good. Any questions for Mr. Ruff?
I'll move Resolution 2014-03 for $16,155,000.
Second.
Further discussion? I have a question. Member Bennett.
Yes, thank you. Page 12 of the lease agreement includes a clause on the payment of the trustee. And and what is that, and would that be, if the project was not being financed in this way, would there be that expense? Would there need to be a trustee?
The answer is no. There would not need to be a trustee if we were. None of the general obligation bonds have a trustee. It's just the fact that because there is the risk of a non-appropriation, a trustee serves as really a fiduciary toward the bondholders and acts on their behalf in taking some positive action, either to try to get you as the city to start paying, or if necessary, take control of the assets and dispose of them in the best manner for the bondholder.
Did we have a trustee when we did the two
Gymnasium?
gymnasiums?
I wasn't on the council.
Okay.
And what
That's what I
is,
couldn't remember.
what is the amount that is paid to the trustee?
It is in the neighborhood of, John can help me, but it's in the neighborhood of $1,500 to $2,000 per year. Does that sound right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, good. We've got a motion and a second. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor of adopting as the HRA Resolution 2014-03, awarding the sale of $16,155,000 in public project revenue bonds, Series 2014. All those in favor say aye. Aye. You kind of drifted off to somewhere.
That's okay.
Yeah. All opposed, say nay. Carried. All right. Now, we've got one more item, one more action item for the HRA. And who's handling this? Mr. Olson isn't here.
I will.
All right. Thank you. Manager Neal.
This is the lighting and electrical contract for the 50th in France set of projects that we have this year. Came in under bid, and we'd like to count the HRA to award the contract.
This is for the lighting and electrical. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Any questions? Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a motion and a second to award the electrical portion of the work at 50th in France to Bloomington Electric Company for $387,900. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
The final big project contract that you will see with the 50th in France project will be the elevator contract, and that'll be bid later this year.
Because that's not going in until next year.
Right.
All right. Any other business for the HRA? We stand adjourned.